Don't know the time I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive. I think you know we're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive. I think you know we're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low. Party all night, going to the doors 'cause I'll party all night. I'll party all night, I'll party all night. Give me one more dose and I'll party all Don't know the time I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive. I think you know we're getting down, we're getting low. Don't know the time I'm letting go. I wanna find someone to love. I feel alive. I think you know we're getting down, we're getting low. We're getting down, we're getting low.
Two days left in regional play across the world in the RLCS, and with only one spot remaining in Oceania today, well, we're going to find out a lot about which team will still be in the runnings, which teams might come up short, not to mention answer that question if our one qualifying team, Power, can continue their undefeated regional streak. Welcome, everybody, to the last Super Saturday of the season. I'm Formal. Joining me, Yummy Cheese Man CJ. It's going to be a fun day today.
It's going to be great. This is we usually have one day that completely decides who's going to the major, and realistically, we haven't got that day today. That's tomorrow. It's going to go the entire length of the split, and that's what we love.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Yummy Cheese Man. It's going to be a great day. 4 best of 7s. Get rid of the Swiss stage. We've got our top 8. And yeah, look, we can talk about these other teams, but really we're interested about who's going to that major, who's going to be the second team to join Team Power, and I guess in turn make the World Championships.
Yeah, and realistically, it has kind of come down to a 3-team race with the Chiefs controlling their own destiny. If they can win out and make it to that grand final through their lower bracket, they will be in. But in order to do so, it's looking like, Yummy, they're going to have to go through both of their biggest competition.
Kib Gang in that match, they're the ones that can really take control of everybody's destinies. If they can take down Chiefs, then we're likely to see a Kib Gang versus Pioneers in the semi-final, and then whoever would win that would be in at minimum a tiebreaker with the Chiefs for the major.
Look at that. That is the... look, the scheduling, we're in OCE for a reason. We're in the Southern Hemisphere. We go upside down. We have the best match first up. That's what we do love, I think. Chiefs versus Kib Gang. That's got to be the matchup of that quarterfinal there, Formal.
I think it's a good one, but for some people who enjoy watching the bubble scene as well, eyes might be on that Ground Zero Gremlins, arguably a battle for 5th place as well, right
Just
there.
called them bubble scene. I thought the worst insult you could possibly give.
I mean,
that's gotta hurt.
am I wrong? It does feel like the bubble has grown, and when you're sort of out of the running to make it to the major, that's when you slip back in it.
Oh, I thought you were meant to be a little positive Peter over there.
I also love Yummy how he introed that as well. He was like, we do have the race for the major for London, but for those that are here just for the bubble games,
the worst teams in OCE.
Let us know in chat if you're here for those games. One in chat if you're really here for Ground Zero Gremlins. That's what I'm here for.
Hey, Gremlins fan base comes out in spades, all right? I'm here for the Gremlins. I'm here
Maybe
to see
we should skip Chiefs versus Kib Gang.
Yep.
Nobody wants to see that.
Forget about that one.
Let's go straight watch the Ground Zero Gremlins.
Hey, there's a reason
matchup.
why they're the opener, all right? And Ground Zero Gremlins is like the fine course before the main event. So... No, I keyed for that. Also, Reaper Scythe. I mean, they were a team that did surprisingly well. They went to Champions Field against Pioneers. They're going to get a chance of a rematch right there. And I don't know, you guys seem to love HSP time and time again. They make the quarterfinals. Maybe this time they can pull off the upset.
Yeah, it's not going to change anybody's destiny if HSP win. I'd love it, but I don't think I'm really going to expect too much from HSP there.
The only thing that could do is give an easier grand final match. Obviously if Power don't make it the whole way, so that could help a team that's looking to leapfrog, potentially avoid a tiebreaker. Looking at Chiefs and KCP. So, that could happen. Power, well, Banana Head, we saw what he was doing yesterday. He's got a fancy haircut, he's got a moustache, and he's rocking the Octane. So, who knows what this Team Power lineup's going to produce today.
Is that a fancy haircut? Going for the mullet?
No, probably not. He's going for lack of... I'd say it's stylish, though. It's Australian style.
Yeah, it's modern day. Mitch Marsh wears it. It's good enough for him. It's good enough for anyone.
Yeah. What grade would you give it? Like on the mullet grading scale, CJ, where does that one rank?
I see where you're going here. It's not a bad segue from you, Formal. Look, it's probably a B. I don't think it's really knocking our socks off, but it's nice. It's better than what I was trying to produce back at the World Championship. So
better than J-Naps did.
Definitely better than J-Naps. That thing was like a little, I don't know, like a bin rat on the back of his head. I don't know where that thing came from, but it's looking all right. Yeah.
That's looking pretty good. But yeah, no, it was a segue because we are, coming to the end of the season. So it's time to look back on how these players performed and do what we do best and give them arbitrary letter grades that probably don't mean anything at all. Maybe it'll spark some discussion. Maybe it'll spark some argument. Either way, let's start with one from a player who's bounced to a couple teams. I want to start with Gus because I think Gus had a lot of pressure on him coming into this season. What grade do we give him for the year?
It's almost up in the air on how this weekend goes, or at least today. If they win today over the Chiefs, his grade shoots up. But I think for me, he's been a little under par for expectations. I'm going to put him at a C.
Well, that's the thing. Are we grading them based on the general curriculum, or is it based on our expectations of them as a player? Do you know what I mean? Is it compared to the... It
depends what kind of teacher you are. There are some teachers who grade only based on effort out there. So Yummy's giving it C. I imagine he's a harsh grader. Where are you?
Well, I'm probably around the
Mr.
same
Johns.
mark. Like, I have high expectations of him. I said it yesterday. He has potential to be the best player in the region when he's really on. I think he's a superstar when he's in form. And coming into the season, I was pretty excited with the original Chiefs lineup about taking that team to new highs. And I think he was a bit inconsistent. Obviously he's a rookie compared to some of the top players on the top teams in terms of experience. Hasn't been to a major and international event. But yeah, it's probably a C. I mean, he could just come out and win the regional, and he could get up to a B plus. I think he'd give himself a C as well, though. But happy with how this new roster's turned out, given they are the leftovers of the top teams.
I wouldn't mind. I'd bump him up to C plus B minus range right now. It's not like he's missed out on any top 8s or had any serious struggles in his run.
But he has been outperformed by Shores, right?
Well, Shores I would probably give something like a B plus to, actually. I've been really happy with Shores.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yep.
Is he our next one? Oh, okay.
Sure.
Shores. I don't know with Shores either. I'd give him a B. I think he's probably not a player that anyone rates as the top player. He's kind of that role player for the top teams. So the fact that he is, his teams are doing well, he's performing, he's creating upsets still. Yeah, I'll give him a B. I'm happy with a B.
I'd say a B. I feel like he's had some really good performances, and then some are more along the lines of, he hasn't had the consistency to kind of get into those top tier.
People in Twitch chat want you to grade Vortex right now, Yummy,
F.
and I'm tempted to leave that to you.
It's not here in the top 8.
F minus.
It's a failure.
Gremlins are bouncing about. All right, how about Prompt, though? Because Prompt was a player who I think had a lot of eyes on. A lot of people projecting him maybe to be the breakout player this season or the rookie this season. Where will we go with Prompt?
I feel like
moments.
It depends on what day you get him. He has potential, but they have the power win as well. They've got great results. They've got some terrible results. They look good. They look bad. I'd give Prompt a B minus. I think I'm happy. I'm seeing what I would like to see, but I'm not seeing it all the time. So B minus.
Yeah, I think we've seen him stand out at times for that team, which is what you'd want, and he's still pretty new. B minus.
Well, I think if you were to take yesterday's performance, that from what we saw on stream, you'd give him an A, right? He was playing great in that game.
Well,
but
luckily we're not just looking at one
Well,
day's
we're not.
performance.
No,
We're giving
It's also,
it's
also. I looked fantastic against bad teams, so it's kind of you kind of have to put those to the side a little bit and look at when he is playing the top teams, and that's why I'm giving him a good result or a B, because he had that result against Power in the Swiss first event, which looked good, and then outside of that, they got swept in a best of 7 by
just
Power.
calling Composure a bad team.
Well, what do you think's a bad? What do you call a good or a bad team?
He was calling Ground Zero Gremlins bubble teams, and now he's insulted that a team that are not in top 8.
For my definition of bubble, it is the teams that you don't expect to make it to a finals.
Sorry,
that's just an incorrect definition of the bubble.
Well, for OCE, no, it's not, because the teams that go to the finals go to the major. If you're not in that top 2 discussion, you're kind of in the bubble.
Surely bubble is teams that you expect to make top 8. Like it's the tiniest bubble of all time if you're thinking only teams that are going to make the finals. So far, that means all but only 2 teams are outside the bubble right now.
It's nearly a top 1 bubble.
There's like 4 teams outside. There's still all the teams competing for it. So
they didn't make the finals. It's only been Chiefs and Power so far.
Yeah, but I said in discussion, like that teams you would predict to make, teams that are in the running to go to the major. They're the teams that have escaped the bubble. They're out. They're free.
Okay. I can't wait for Chiefs to make the final again.
Do we have any other plays? We are running out of time here talking about the bubble.
All right, fine. Let's do one more. Right. I'll give you an easy one, but I want you to be, as subjective as possible. Misty. What grade do you give Misty?
Oh, my goodness.
S plus. Easy S plus. Like, would you say that HSP would be in the position they're in top 8 every single time if it wasn't for literally the God game.
That's a great call. I'm going to go B plus though. I'm going to say B plus. Look, it's not an A. Come on, he's not always performing. He's got some of the best game ones of the season.
Split the middle. Give us an A. Give us an A minus.
Okay, A minus. You can have an A minus. Will be a nice
Misty getting an A minus and Gus getting a C?
Because we're really expecting nothing from him, and somehow he's still here in another quarterfinal. He's an A. It's an A.
You know, sometimes it's down to the quality of your teammates, and I think we can all agree 100% that Misty's teammates are absolute trash. Fades, come on, Baz, like who are they? Baz we didn't even know was on the team until like yesterday, so that was good.
It has been a return. Look, I would give Misty a B, a solid B for top 8 finishes. That's where I think that is the most fair grade.
Well, you're wrong. It's an A, at least. A minus at least.
All right. Well, look, I think that's enough report cards. Clearly, we can't agree on everything, and everyone's GPA is now going to be all over the place. But let's get a little bit further along on this one. The ticker says matches for today. Realistically, there's kind of one match that all of our eyes are on, and it is going to be that first one. Chiefs versus Kib Gang. All of the possible scenarios kind of rotate around the results of this matchup. The Chiefs could knock Kib Gang out. Kib Gang can keep themselves alive. CJ, this is pretty much like a script you'd want to write up.
Yeah, this is massive. And you look back to what happened in the first split with the Chiefs. They had that result against the Gremlins in the quarterfinal. That really knocked them out of the major. And it's a similar situation here. Different time of the split, I guess you'd say, for this quarterfinal. But if Chiefs want to be serious, if they want to be there in London and Worlds, this is one that they have to win and look good doing it.
And just while we have a little bit of the matches up on the screen too, just to take us back one step, happy birthday to Cobo. Everyone, the guy's, I don't know how old he is now. He's
34?
23. Oh my goodness. Wow. He's still playing at the age of 23.
That's
when I retired. Just going to say it. All the best with you, though.
Yeah, happy birthday, Cat Cobo. I hope you get a win and maybe get out of the bubble, as Formal would say. Maybe that could be the present for today. But if you're in chat, make sure you send Cobo his happy birthdays.
Yeah, big happy birthday to Cabo. Congratulations. Playing on your birthday would feel a lot sweeter with a win. Just a couple minutes remaining, though, before this very first game. And again, possible scenarios. I mean, you can grade us if you want, but hinted at it before. The big thing, if the Chiefs win, Kib Gang are out. If the Chiefs make it to the finals, that is how they qualify. Pioneers, well, if they knock the Chiefs out in the semifinals, they would have to then win the event to go to a tiebreaker. If they Pioneers make it to the finals, but Kib Gang beats them, well, then Chiefs and, again, Pioneers would be playing in that final. Similarly, if Kib Gang goes to the finals after knocking out the Pioneers and both the Chiefs as well, then they have that tiebreaker. The point is, it all comes down to the first game.
You know what he's talking about?
Honestly, I tuned out really early there, but as he said, Chiefs need to win. Kib Gang need to win. Kib Gang need to win the entire event. Basically, Chiefs, they can win this. Hope Power does really well. And they should be okay for the major, Yummy. But you got to win. You want to do it yourself, don't you? You don't want to rely on other teams, other people.
Nothing is worse than sitting on the sidelines and watching somebody else need to win in order for you to go there. So for Chiefs, they want to make it to the finals to just guarantee themselves. If they do that, also just completely knock out their competition for Worlds too. They'd knock out KCP. So that's a really important step. So losing for the Chiefs here, it's not just going to punish them for the major, but it'll also knock them out of Worlds realistically.
Well, I mean, that's the exciting thing about how the bracket played out, is all three of these still control the destiny in their own hand. Now, it's time for predictions to come across. You guys believe in the boring scenario where the Chiefs just win it on through. Maybe I'm picking for storyline. Maybe I want the drama. Or maybe I think Shores may have deserved an A grade instead of a B, but I'm going with Kib Gang to win this one out.
Yeah, I think realistically we want Kib Gang to win because it'll make the rest of the weekend more exciting. Well, CJ doesn't like, Chiefs losing.
I'm unbiased. I give us the drama. Give us the drama. I love it. I'll be happy for the Kib Gang to win. If they're good enough to do it, this is when they can do it. And it's a perfect time when all the pressure really is on the Chiefs. They have that number 2 seed at the moment.
it would be a fairy tale story for the Kib gang to go through and qualify for the major because, after the first week, or the first event where they sort of bombed out earlier than we'd hoped, we kind of wrote them off, and we kept talking about Pioneers still being the team that is most likely to take that second spot away from Chiefs. But they could come out of nowhere in the third one and still do it. It's all up in the air right now for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's out of nowhere for Kib gang. They've made back-to-back top fours. They've been in the running. They're at the same score as the Pioneers, and this could be that moment where they do finally leap over the top of them.
I mean, you were saying that Pioneers would be, maybe even the favorites to make the major behind Power, right? At the beginning of the split. That's where we're going.
Then roster moves happen.
Kib gang, the complete, leftover roster coming through. Not too many expectations. Still probably don't have too many expectations from people, but they could do it right now. It all comes down to one event.
Well, it's going to come down to this one match as well for the Kib gang. It is win to stay alive. The Chiefs could take out one of their two biggest rivals, and as we get ready to head to the pitch, I'm hoping this one's good. I'm hoping we go to Champions Field one more time, but I don't know, man. Chiefs are going to be a tough task to beat. Pioneers rooting for Kib gang in this one. So we get ready to head across.
So for those who don't understand what's going on, Formal was told that the game was starting. So he started to talk. And then there's been a delay at the start of the game.
And now he's trying it back to us.
Tactical freeze.
No, look, Formal, you're going to have to go again in a second, but it was exciting. There's storylines for this one as well. There's rivalries. Obviously, you've got, Gus and Hunter. Gus trying to take down the Chiefs. Obviously, it's not exactly the Chiefs. It's more Kaka's minions, this lineup. But Formal, quick, you can do your intro. Go.
The intro's already been done. I don't know if you can relive the hype, but look, get excited, everybody. Chiefs versus Kib gang. Let's get into it. Yummy CJ, take us away.
Let's head down to the pitch for the match of the day. Major connotations on the line, worlds on the line, and, CJ, there's even a player on this pitch who's never been to an international RLCS LAN, and he might be able to do it this weekend.
Yeah, there's two players on this.
One on each team.
Yeah, there's one on each team, so look, it'd be massive, as we said.
Actually, two on one team.
Wait, yeah, there's two. That's what yeah.
My brain didn't quite work there, but Finn, who is on the verge right now of his first international event, after getting close a few times, getting some top twos in previous events, but never being able to string it together. And obviously Gus and Shaw's over the other side, being joined by a land veteran in Scrub, and they could sense their first ever international event.
I know where you're confused, Yummy. You're thinking of the Commonwealth Games bronze medalist. That's Morgie's fault as well, as try to claim them as having land experience, and that's thrown me off there with Shaw's and Finn. But no, as you said, it's a big game here, big quarterfinal, and as we said, we like to just get the best. Let's get the blockbuster out of the way first up here in OCE. That's how we do things a little bit differently. Shaw's going to kick things off for the Kib gang, but dunked out by Finn. He's going to be a player to watch. He's so exciting when he is on. Kaka with the experience, and honestly, I've been so impressed with Hunter when we are looking at the Chiefs. I just think he's really grown into a player that he just kind of gets it now. Do you know what I mean? He's not just on all the mechanics.
He was never really a threes player before, it felt like. He was more of that kind of solo play, a twos kind of attitude, and now he's fit into this Chiefs roster and made them look like, as you keep saying, the teamiest team.
Yeah, I love that. I love the teamiest team. There's 50s all. Here we go. Big trouble. They got no goal. Oh, shit's an absolute disaster.
The teamiest team.
The Chiefs in their biggest day. Perhaps their biggest moment. And it's been Finn bumped by Kaka. Hunter jumped, pulled out, thought Finn had it, went again and own goal.
It's classic OCE. Of course, we'd kick off the day in such an important match with players fumbling over the top of each other, completely discombobulated, and finished off with a perfect own goal by Hunter. It looked like he had his eyes painted on. He's just driving straight towards it, and all of a sudden he's like, oh no, not there.
You don't need the comms video for that. I can tell you what it was. It was you, me. No, you, me, you, me. Oh, no. And a triple commit team bump own goal to kick off perhaps the biggest quarterfinal of the day. That's exactly what we want. Final event of the season as well, where how many seasons now of OCE? Is it got to be another one almost? That's a phenomenal save. Hunter this time learning from his previous mistake, keeping the ball out of net. He's realised which way he's meant to be hitting the ball. Gus with a pass, so he might get a bump off, but no, he's a counter-attack. Scrub has to do well. Have a look at the charge of the Light Brigade here. It's a 3-on-1, but Scrub hanging in tough.
That's something that Scrub is very good at doing, avoiding multiple players to hold on to that 3v1 defense. He was left in the lurch for quite a while too, so he had to get multiple touches and was able to do so. But Kaka now for the Chiefs wants to find a goal back. He's been so crucial for them in this split. He's still just going to continue with shots on, but nothing finding the net.
Still a bit messy from both sides. We're seeing double commits in defense, both ends of the pitch. That's another great shot. Shaw's this time with a save, but tell you what, this game is certainly up for grabs. Neither side playing perfectly, and how good was that bump? Finn's going to get credit for it, but that was all Hunter. He caught it on the backboard, ran around the corner, and just got rid of Scrub. Gus can do nothing in net.
First touch, flipping through the ball onto the wall, recovering really nicely. Doesn't get too much better than that, and he uses it to set up the team play off the back of quite a lot of pressure coming out from Chiefs as well. Exactly the type of game plan that they thrive in.
Yeah, just clearing out that last guy. It's probably one of, I guess, OCE's biggest strengths and weaknesses, how much they trust teammates. You see the defense there. They're just so trusting, but if you get one bump, you get a clearance out, it can lead to some massive holes in the defense, as we saw there. But back to 1-1, just over a minute left. Kako with the reset. Work this one downfield. So much car control. He tried to get the bump, but Jaws has given that up. He was a bit lazy with his defense, but Kib Gang are going to hang on for now. More bumps coming through, more pressure, more demos. It's big trouble.
Ooh.
It's not on net.
There's a golden opportunity there. Left to slip just a little bit, but doesn't matter too much for the Chiefs. They still have this position they really love. It's going to need some good touches out from Kib Gang, and that's the one that they need to keep them out of dodge, as Kaka now left in an awkward position, has Finn in support, does manage to get it past the midfield line, follows it up, may be able to read it from the corner, but it bounces back towards the backboard.
That's phenomenal from Gus as well, just delaying his flips, beating two. Not finding much support now though, as Hunter is going to stay downfield. Kib Gang having to get back. They've been on defense a lot here for this game, outside of that first goal that they didn't actually score. Finn with a pre-jump, more bumps. The edge dribble plays, the K-Corp special. Kaka, what can he do? He's going to leave this one, and could be Kib Gang with the last play of regulation. Gus goes for the flip. He's just beaten Hunter. Where's the follow? Does anyone realise? Perfect chance, but we do get OT.
No one expected that the defence would not be able to get to that one. An opportunity left to the wayside once again, and it may bite them right here off the kickoff. Shot from Scrub. The bump was close as well. Instead, it stays in this defensive half. Gus gets the clear. It's still not out of dodge for the Chiefs as Scrub gets an extra touch. A demo on Hunter. It's only on Finn, and he makes the save.
He was the only one with the boost at the time and gets out of trouble. Now they've all been able to scoop it up. Full moons all round. Double commit. It's missed. Hunter wants two. Hunter gets two. Chiefs game one.
Hunter wanted this so badly. He set up the first goal. He's beaten two players in the air, and the last player in the net just had to hope he missed. Shaw's trying to do whatever he could, but it's not enough to stop Hunter.
It's just a classic case, Yummy. They threw everything down the other end, and you just lose it in transition. They all backed off at the same time. Kib Gang, you saw how awkward they were in midfield. The double commit came through, and it was a wide open backboard. Just a bit of a misplay there from Kib Gang, but you still got to be good enough to put that one in the back of the net. And would you want it in anyone else's hands but Hunter?
And credit fully to Hunter, 750 points, triple basically both of his teammates. And you were talking about him at the very start of the game as that player you were so impressed with. He's fit in really well as a team, but in this game he stepped up as an individual, actually scoring all three goals, funnily enough.
Yeah, you look at what he's added to this roster as well, formerly Kaka's minions. You have Shaw's, who's a bit more of that support player, and then you kind of look at your Kaka to be that dominant figure up front. Finn with the pop-off potential as well. But you add Hunter to this lineup, and he's almost turned into the MVP of the roster as well, particularly for what he's done the previous 2 events. So, I mean, it's certainly a different dynamic looking at this former Kaka's Minions lineup. And right now, as we see, it's been successful. 2 top 2s and a phenomenal start here on their road to a London qualification.
I kind of love seeing these 2 teams in the head-to-head too. There's so many players here that I want to see at an international event. As you've been saying all season long, you want to see Gus there. I think a lot of people internationally want to see Gus there. I've really loved Finn over the longest time. That when he's confident, he can be such a strong player. Shores as well came through as a really young guy, just turned 15, and he was so excited and so driven to try and become the best player in OCE. But it's not just those 3 that haven't been to it. You look at your Kaka, you look at Hunter, they haven't had much experience at all at those international events. Scrub has been to a lot of them but never found that success. They want to go back, and Kib Gang will get the first goal to try and make that a reality.
You talk about experience, and defensively is where they might need a little bit more here, the Chiefs. We saw the triple commit own goal in game 1. It's a similar story here with a similar time remaining. Just a double commit in defense. They pinched it out, and no one there for the follow-up, as Kaka did have an open net. Really had the perfect chance to equalise. Yeah, we do see another defensive mistake from the Chiefs. It didn't cost them in the first game, but you'd hope for this time. Kib Gang a little bit more warmed up. He might be able to make the most of that early lead.
It's the first goal that's really been earned, I'd say, from Kib Gang, but it was off the kickoff. So another one that if you are the Chiefs, you're not too stressed about, knowing that in regulation play, you'll be able to bring it back. Perfect pass from Hunter. Goes over the net, across to Finn, and Kaka almost overcommits. It'll be up to Hunter to dive back.
But even that pass there from Hunter was so smart. You don't often see a player that has a free dribble. He has a one-on-one, and he's looking for that back post pass over there to Finn. So, yeah, I love that. That's just showing the experience. He's really bringing that to the lineup. Obviously, he has the most international experience out of the team, even though he's... I'd say he's the youngest on the team as well, though.
Yeah, he has to be, yeah. So Hunter, the youngest, a little bit of international experience. The end of last season at World. Didn't quite perform there how he would like to, but again, these young guys from OCE that haven't got a lot of experience, you can't expect too much from them their first LAN. There's always all these expectations, as well as a lack of kind of knowledge of what the LAN's even going to be like.
Knowledge as well as, oh, hang on a minute, this is almost an opening. Gus, there's a couple of chances here for the Chiefs if they realise that open net just to fire that one on. It's a great pass, but a bit too early there. Kaka got a bit antsy. Finn, third man, he's been absolutely solid as a rock. And there again, we see the Chiefs. This is where they like it better, defending in transition rather than having to set up in net. As you said, it's Hunter's bringing that experience. It's a lot more than just, going over there and playing against these teams. It's building the chemistry, building the synergy, and being able to adapt, I guess, on the fly is some of the biggest learnings that you can take from international experience. Finn almost getting that tie-up goal.
Well, can't be thinking international just yet. They're thinking about how to get there right now. Step number 1, get to this major, get to the Worlds. Seeing high caliber gameplay right now. The nerves don't seem to be too much there as Kaka beats one. A great shot from Finn. The Kaka-Finn connection comes through.
That's their angle right now. It's beating them on the halfway line. You can see it again, the midfield. Gus just gets beaten for free over the top. No one's there. Finn so quick as well, just trusting Kaka to get the beat in the midfield. And Chiefs, it feels a lot like game 1, Yummy. They just concede that relatively easy goal off the bat and then claw their way back.
They've done very well working hard for their goals. They maybe would hope to get them, well, not to let one go in so simply, so they don't have to work quite so hard, but you kind of see the just individual brilliance of the players. Kaka has brought a lot of that throughout this season so far. Something that maybe you haven't seen of him before, the outplays. And Kaka joining Hunter and Finn with those outplays as Kaka goes from the backboard, gets it past Scrub. He's got Shores at the back, Gus just respawning, and Shores manages a good challenge.
I think Kaka was going for a bit of a pogo there, but Couldn't quite get it to work. Nice 50 from Gus. Still has boost to work as well if he can get a flick. He's going to go low, find Scrub, but he was crept up a touch. Now it's just Shaw's last back. How's his control? Very nice, but Hunter, once again, showing that experience. Just composure. Waiting for the touch to come to him. Waiting for Kib Gang to just overcommit a touch. It's a great 50 for Kaka to get a shot on net, but Scrub's ready near post.
That's another close game. I can't wonder what Pioneers are feeling right now. They've got to be watching maybe a little nervously, maybe not too nervous to even watch, because they know how important it is for them that Kib Gang win this.
Yeah, if you've just tuned in, you're wondering the scenarios. It's as simple as this. Chiefs win. They're guaranteed at least a tiebreaker with Pioneers for that spot. But that tiebreaker is assuming that Pioneers can win the event, so they'd have to potentially beat a Team Power. So right now, if you are a Pioneers fan, you're wanting Kib Gang to get the job done to make their job a little bit easier. Right now, still Chiefs in the box seat with that first game win, and they're pushing forward. Can't get a second touch, Hunter, but he still has found Kaka in the midfield. Gets the 50 across, more bumps coming through. You can see how much of a nuisance Hunter is being, but he has faked out Finn in the meantime. He can turn on the ball. 10 seconds. Do we get a little late? No, we don't. Shaw's with the 50. Scrub perhaps trying to turn things around the other way. Gus is going to pre-jump, but that pass won't go across. Another overtime.
Scrub looking to flip into a flip reset there. Doesn't quite execute, though the kickoff has gone very well here for Kib Gang. Hunter actually finds a good clear behind Shaw's as well. Overtime. And a potential chance now for Kaka to end that early. Genzip does get saved out by Gus.
Yeah, again, it was nearly the exact same as game one. A free backboard double. The defense is a little bit sloppy. It's a little bit slow. Look at the drop down to Finn. This time Scrub ready. Huge defensive read, but the aggression straight back in. Hunter wants this ball up in the orange half. It's a great attempt. It's a great shot. The bump didn't come through, and Finn can't get that on net either. Chiefs still able to keep pressure on. It's not the best touch from Kaka, but just look how quick they are to the ball here, Chiefs. Kib Gang so defensive in net. They've got to try and find a way to pick up the pace, because this is so comfortable for the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are doing it without worrying too much about boost. You can see even when they have zero, they're still looking to steal boost away. They're still looking to stay on the ball and keep their opponents uncomfortably sitting in their own net, on that backboard, in areas that are awkward to counter-attack from. And speaking of, if Kaka had the boost there, he may have been able to get to it. Instead, it's going to be a straight shot on, but the backboard covered as missed by Finn. Just releases a little bit of that pressure.
Yeah, they've got to be thinking long-term here, Kib Gang. You can see when they're getting clears, getting touches, it's just to save that initial shot. They're not looking at getting down themselves. They do get space here, though, through Gus. Could be that player. Great save from Hunter. Has to land inside the net. Kaka with boost. Once again, it's sort of a one-and-done here for Kib Gang, and then it's constant pressure for the Chiefs. You want to see some sustained offense for the Kibbers.
Long overtime start getting stressful at this point in time, where the eyes start getting a little bit watery. Maybe this chance here from Kib will be enough to put their opponents on the defense for a while, make them panic. But Finn, he's collected the boost. He's found Kaka. He's found the shot, but Kaka can't get the double.
He was halfway in between the double and the shot, and in the end, he found nothing. Shaw's counter-attack. That 50 is going to be perfect for Hunter, but he just a bit too quick for him. Shaw's 100 boost, drop down. Gus wants in. Double commit for the Chiefs. Somehow Finn gets two on it, and he's just walking away downfield. He's got a one-on-one with Shaw's. He doesn't get the flick. Hunter's up. Gus is as well. Drop down. Where's Scrub? Double commit, Kib Gang. Gee, it was pretty hairy there for a second there, and still in trouble is the Kib Gangers Chiefs. They're just trying to put the stranglehold on him.
Oh, Gus really wanted to get that bump onto Finn. Instead, it means that Kaka gets a chance to collect, use Finn maybe as support. The bump play goes, and the flick is missed by Kaka. Maybe the nerves starting to affect them.
Yeah, just trying to force it a little bit too much. Gus again has had a few fantastic 50s through the midfield as Finn trying to land on the ball. He's pinched himself. It's a little bit of trouble, but look at the composure again. Here it is. Kaka low boost, still able to get around one and 50 on two. Should be able to release the pressure. Shaw's might be able to keep it in, but there it is. The clear downfield. Kaka, that could have been a perfect chance. Chiefs still very comfortable in this midfield game.
I like that early challenge from Finn. Sometimes he can be very tentative. Sometimes he can challenge at the wrong time. And oh no, the dreaded technical freeze.
Technical freeze. Looking at you, Jaden. Once again, we need to make it. We are legally required to disclose that this region is unriggable. So if you are questioning the potential for riggings or the attempted riggings that do happen day to day, game to game, series to series, just know that it's unriggable. So sit there comfortable, sit back and relax. Although Guru is trying to change the result of this game, we will get things corrected. All things will turn out as they should be. So no one panic.
I'm not panicking. I'm not sitting here in the middle of an overtime, 3 minutes and 16 seconds of overtime, the edge of my seat being like, where's the next goal coming from? I hate Jaden sometimes. You know, we're so excited and now we just have to relax a bit.
Yeah, it's once again, you know, if you're gonna point fingers, and we don't do that here. We don't want to point fingers here in OCE RLCS. But if you have to point a finger, if you just must, please direct it to Jaden in chat. Jaden OCE might be his Twitch name, you know. But we don't want to point fingers, so we wouldn't do that. But if we do have to, you know, if we have to write, you know, legally, we have to put someone's name on the form for what happened during this technical freeze, I guess we would put Jaden's name down.
Man. OCE. Why do they have to do it to us all the time? We've had technical issues the last couple of days. High ping. Computer freezes going on. Hopefully everything will be sorted very, very shortly. Because I'll tell you what, I think at this point in time, Kib Gang are very desperate to win this overtime. Give themselves that full chance. Otherwise, they'll have lost 2 overtimes, and you can't put any value to the amount of momentum that Chiefs would get winning 2 overtimes in a row to get themselves 2-0 up.
Oh, 1,000,000,000% yummy. And I think as well, this could be a strategy employed by the Chiefs. They might have thought they were losing just a little bit of what they had in that overtime. They were losing a bit of pressure. They could feel Kib Game warming up. And Hunter's gone, Mum, start downloading those YouTube videos, all right? Let's get the lag up. Let's get the ping up because, well, actually, Hunter as well. He's playing from in his hallway during renovations. Of course, there's going to be some sort of. He's not exactly in, you know, the prime setup, you know, with no other external connections or anything. It's absolutely chaos.
Put the drill through the Ethernet cable while they're going through the wall or something there, but. It looks like we may be good to go very, very shortly. It looks like everybody's rejoined into the lobby, so probably restarting off the kickoff. Is that who do you think is going to be coming out better off the kickoff, CJ?
It is mind games, I think, as well. That's part of it. Hunter's trying to play into it as well. He's apologised and said that he felt like he killed one of the great OTs. I wholeheartedly disagree. I don't think it was all that exciting. We're only 3 minutes in. We're not exactly 12 minutes in or something, but I think you have to say advantage to the Kib Gang. You know, they have a bit of time to lock in a mini timeout. Obviously, 1 game down at the moment, but they were looking good, and I think they can, you know, use that momentum. Chiefs might be a bit rattled with the lag, and you know, Finn calling it, Hunter's lagging. You know, a bit of panic could set in. The heart rate rises, and they could drop this OT.
Well, Kib Gang were good off the kickoffs, but seems that the midfield has gone back into control. Nobody really finding any boost at the start, so whoever can get the most of that will be in a good position. Finn was the first to find boost. Is it going to go in the net? No, Gus just stretches his fingers out.
How is that nearly a goal? That was the most slow motion thing I've ever seen in my life in it. It was a double commit and neither could reach it. They weren't moving. It felt like it was a regulation save, but could have been the game right there. Kib Gang very lucky that the bounce didn't favour Hunter on the follow-up. They still are pushing forward though. Hunter with a skin. He does miss it. Gus ready just in case. Does get a demo as well. That should release Shores. He's done well with the first touch. Can work it over the top. And Hunter has to bail it out. Surely there's the goal. Hunter double save. Where's Gus? He's taking it up, but it's so slow. It gives all the time for Chiefs to set up again.
And despite the double bump in front of net and Hunter already having to make a save, he manages to recover, gets the double save. And, well, the player who won the first game for the Chiefs have get their overtime alive in this second. And it made us go the other way, Shores. He spawns and he finds it.
This region is so exciting. You just 150 and it feels like it's in the net and you just have no idea why, who's not back. But Does happen time and time again here in OCE. Great demo. Oh, gee whiz. If Shaw's got bumped there, it was a goal. He did just bomb it forward, and still advantage for the Chiefs with boost as Kaka work it around. Scrub, nice touch. Kib Gang doing all they can. It's really living life on the edge here, down in this orange half, but hanging in there.
Shaw's clears it out. Straight to Hunter in the end, who just to avoid the bump and get the touch over the top of 2. Over to Finn. Doesn't have the boost for the follow-up, so Shaw's will get a free chance. But this is where Chiefs begin their attack. Kaka over 1. Bump attempt from Finn. He came out of nowhere and almost found connection.
He's done it twice now, but he hasn't landed it either time. He's going to look to control this. How on earth has that ball gone to... Is that going to be a goal? And this is the worst touch I've ever seen, and the most unintentional one as well. Look, he's just bang off his wheels up into the corner. Gus gets the open net. That is not exactly the control the Chiefs wanted or Finn wanted, but almost 6 minutes into overtime, and we get a tie series.
Finn was certainly hoping that touch would just dribble into the corner. A little disaster there for Finn, and that puts Kib Gang back into a tied situation. I almost call them the Kibbles because that's the old Kib-based name in the region, but they're the Kib Gang.
Yeah, it's, we do find in OCE that team names have been reused since about Season 3. They always keep on coming back. We see retirement home and whatnot, but...
Well, this was Kaka's Minions as well, based on... Who was it? Scrubs Minions? What was it?
Was it Scrubs Minions? Was it... Whose Minions was it?
It was somebody in EU's Minions, and we copied them.
We do seem to do that a lot here in this region. Copy a couple of other things going on, but... Kaka Minions. Cooks' Minions, that was right. Cucks. Yeah. And look, it was well done to... I've forgotten who they were. Well done to Kib Gang. Because they were... It was You're really confusing me now. And especially because their name is just Kib in the game as well. In the game client, that's confusing me. Well done to Kib
Ghost
Gang.
used to play for the Kibbles, so we were talking about it yesterday.
So
otherwise, I'd forgotten that team.
You can. It's like that Kevin Bacon website where you can link anyone back in 6 movies or less or whatever it is. You know, you can link him to anyone in the world or any actor in the world. You seen that website?
60 Degrees of Bacon or something.
Yeah, 6 Degrees of Bacon. Something like that. Anyway, that's basically us in OCE. There's been that many roster changes. Everyone's linked to everyone.
Yeah, everybody's been on each other's team. Like, you could go into every single match and be like, this person used to be on that team, but it's irrelevant because it's the same for every single series. We see this with Gus and Hunter and Scrubs being on a team with players, and everybody's been with everyone.
Well, Hunter's almost pulled off a worldie, but it's still going to be an open net here. This time it's Chiefs striking first. Perhaps not happy with that overtime loss. They had so much pressure. Kaka's Minions struck in that game, but it's going to be Kaka here in game number 3.
Yep. A little bit of a doozy of a goal to start off. Chiefs will be happy to take it given how maybe the last game ended. Are we going to have another overtime? These two have kept it so close throughout the series. Great pass down to Finn. The extra touch was so good to get past the defense, but it must have been communicated well because Finn was ready for it.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. That extra touch just put it wide enough. Now, I'm not sure if that replay was real. I don't know if you saw the same thing as I saw, but the extra touch was phenomenal. Just to put it that little pixel wider than what Gus was anticipating in net. And that's a fantastic start. They don't look too rattled off that loss, but what an infield and what placement on the shot as well, out of nowhere. Thought it was going to be a regulation backboard touch. Scrub with the pass. Shaw's has just found a deft infield, and Gus with the placement top corner.
All 3 touches from the Kib Gang members are exactly what we're looking for. The extra touch from Scrub to pop it out from the wall. Deft touch coming out from Shaw's in a situation that most people would go for the shot on. And then, of course, Gus was still ready for it. He didn't back off after his 2 teammates had committed. He trusted the process.
Huge goal to get, only 35 seconds and we had 3 goals here. Welcome to OCE Quarterfinals. Very standard stuff. But it does take the pressure off. Kib Gang a touch. So they only need to get 1 back here. A lot of time left. Hunter wants to try and get back that 2-goal lead. Can't get the touch. Looks for 50s and boost control. But Kib Gang wins out. Runs it downfield here. Gus going to back off. Shaw's in. Double commit. Positioning awkward, but they've worked it out. Me, Gus and Scrub. Gus takes the touch over the top. Kaka ready for the cut in rotation. Chiefs able to deal with the trouble.
They certainly are, but they've slowed down the game. And that's actually a large reason why they're hanging out in the defense right now, rather than what they usually try and do, and an early challenge to hold the midfield line to keep their opponents pinned in. Maybe a change of tactics, maybe subconsciously after the last game, or maybe because they have the 1-goal lead and they want to keep onto it. It's always a dangerous game to play, to give space to your opponents.
It was so awkward there as well for Kib Gang. It could have been a goal, but that change of pace is making it awkward. They're missing these demos, missing the extra touches, and the rotations are a bit slower from the Chiefs than normal, but that's a fantastic touch. There was no one back. Both of Kib Gang in the corner. The bump came through, and Kaka struck again.
Oh, Hunter faking out too. Kaka knew what was coming, just takes a straight shot on as the defenders were scrambling. They find themselves a 2-goal lead once again, Chiefs. We haven't really seen the comfortable position in this series just yet. This is the closest we've got.
Yeah, this is much more comfortable though from the Chiefs. Getting that 2-goal lead. They look pretty composed. As I said, they don't look too rattled off the loss, and that's almost another shot through. Shaw's with a clear. Finn ready. We'll get the win on the touch and keep this ball going in this orange half as Kaka's going to walk it through. Corner touches. He wanted. Does he want the fake? He's going to fake. Scrub was ready in time. But you have to give the advantage, Yummy, to the Chiefs in terms of just how much offensive pressure they've had compared to the Kib Gang, and creativity. Just everything across the board. They're looking like the better team. And it is the beauty of Rocket League. You only need one chance for the Kib Gang to strike back.
They've notably not been overcommitting too much throughout this passage of play. Given that they've got the 2-goal lead, that's excellent for them, as they've got 7 shots to 3 right now. The Chiefs have got a lot of control of the ball again. They'll be able to steal the boost away while they're doing it. They've upped the pace a little bit. They're going for those early challenges. In particular, Finn has been going for them. Hunter this time was the first one off the backboard, just trying to keep that defense alive. And Hunter even going all the way to the other end right now to steal the boost.
Yeah, he's been an absolute nuisance there. You could see it. He was racing Gus for that corner boost, and that's why Gus had 0. That's why he threw it away as well. Look at the long-term play coming through as almost. Finn getting able to work that, but still low boost. And it's all because of that initial corner boost grab. Now Kib Gang having to scramble, having to work with what they've got, and that's not much in the tank, but the double fake comes through. Shaw's trying to get the low 50 as well. Back post. Doesn't quite work. Minute 20. Chiefs just looking to hold on. But as I said, their advantage right now is boost control. And control over this game as well. How big was that fake from Kaka? And now he's looking for bumps on Scrub, who's in big trouble back. Just jumps, just gets there. It's pinched off the bar. Triple commit, Kib Gang. They do keep it out for now, but it's down the wrong end.
It's okay to triple commit in front of your net, but it has drained their boost away from the Kib Gang, which means they're going to be stuck in defense even longer at a time where they need to be at the other end. Another shot on. That one rings off the post, and Finn doesn't want to get too involved. He's happy to hold the defensive line.
Yeah, you can see he's just understanding where the game's at right now. They don't need to score again. The biggest trouble is if he overcommits a bad 50 or he gets beaten to the ball, and they might get the reward now. So that is pinched downfield. Kaka just keeping in a very professional final minute here so far from the Chiefs. Gus almost lands and gets a bump, but as I said, they're not rattled off that game loss. This has been a very strong response here from the Chiefs. Just over 15 seconds left now, and Kib Gang trying to find anything to get going, but it's going to be the Chiefs regaining the lead in the series 2-1.
Strong showing from the Chiefs, and I am particularly impressed that they kind of came out swinging a little bit oddly. As I said, they slowed it down at points in time. But then they got back on track, they played their game plan, and they regained their lead nicely.
Great response there from the Chiefs, and I just think, overall, you look at the body of work they've put in over these 3 games, they have looked like the better team, they've had more offense, just whether they do overcommit, throw everything at an attack, and that's where Kib Gang can strike. But as you said towards the end of that game, you saw Finn just sitting back, he was happy to sort of let the game unfold in front of him. That just shows the composure, even though they know that this is a massive series to win.
It's completely changed up for Finn. He used to be that kind of player you want to get the ball to in the air, you want to give him that space, but he's becoming a lot more of a team player as well. This whole team has come together. Kaka and Finn have been together for a long time, and sometimes when you have a pair like that, they can kind of create old habits and bad habits and get stuck in the same groove. But adding Hunter to the roster, they both went to different teams and came back and reformed as a duo. I think they've been able to gain a lot of experience from other teams and bring it here, and it's why they were successful, at least in this game.
I think as well, they've just been Kaka's minions formerly, just so consistent in that top 4. The amount of reps they've had against your powers, against, I want to say your renegades as well back in the day. They've been around the market.
You don't want to say it, but you do say it.
I don't want to say it, but, just top teams like the Renegades, weren't they superb back in the day? These guys are around the top for so long, as you said. But you add Hunter as well. Youth, but he also has experience. It's almost a win-win. You get that guy that's been there before, qualified to majors, qualified to a world championships. He's got the experience to boot, and that's really going to pay off for him.
You look at the two teams, and you kind of look at two players that sort of feel like they're meant to be the same cloth. You've got Gus and you've got Hunter, and I think every day of the week right now, you're taking Hunter. He's got more experience internationally, he's got the mechanics, and he's just got the ice right now.
And he's got the first goal of game number 4 as well. It was the whiff from Scrub, but you could just see Hunter knew as soon as that touch came through, he said, I think that's going to be a pretty awkward one to read off the corner up on the roof there, and he was right. Waited for the whiff to come through and struck off the near post.
That being said, Shores has been a player who's performed so well across this split. That's been very impressive, that has put in the obvious hard work. I feel like a lot of players in the past that have been in Shores' shoes that have kind of felt like they've found some success and then fallen off a little bit. They've given up, but obviously Shores hasn't. He's got back onto that grind. He's looking for this goal as well. Finn coming through for the save once again.
Said it perfectly, and that's a great pass and an even better shot. There he is. Unlike myself, who just decided to give up, as you said, Shores will keep on plugging away. Finds a great shot. Look at the speed from him. No saving that one. Great pass from Gus as well.
You couldn't have given up at a better time, CJ. And Shores keeps plugging away. Gus, early on in his career, despite him being around for a while, he feels like he's only just now broken into the top teams. This is the first season, the first split that he's been on one of those consistent top 4 teams. Didn't quite make it last split with the Chiefs, but even then, they were in contention for the major all the way until the last day.
Yeah, and we just keep going back to that loss to Formals, the Formals team that he's employed by, the Gremlins.
Lost to a team that didn't even make top 16 last week.
Who finished about top 86 or something, I think, in the qualifiers. So it's a little bit of a rough one, as we said. They are paying the price for it, but they've done so well this split to regain, and, well, I guess it's not really that exact same lineup. But anyway, Hunter's done well to come back into it, focus back in, get a couple of top 2s under his belt. Now you're seeing them one series away from at least a tiebreaker for London and potentially Dickie's Arena.
One thing I'm missing right now from Kib Gang to get themselves well and truly back in front in this series is to see a more solid game from Scrub. I'm not saying he's playing badly, but what I really want to see from him is the early challenges and really good 50s. He's trying to outplay a lot of opponents and it's not working out. And once again, Hunter finds another goal off the back of Finn, who's created a brilliant chance off the roof to get it past everyone.
Well, you might be a prophet, Yummy, because it came straight off Scrub. He went for the solo play out of defense in that back corner. He just got beaten for free. He did nothing on the ball. Didn't find a 50. This could be another opening. They do get back in time, but as you said, haven't quite called Scrub's name much here in this quarterfinal. If he can get active, that is a positive. I always say if everyone's playing perfectly and you're losing, you're in big trouble. So at least if he can get online, that could be a saving grace for the Kib Gang.
And I actually don't mind series where you're not talking about Scrub too much, because usually when he is at his best, he's about keeping it simple. He's about control of the game. He's about setting it up for the entire team, especially with the 50s. But we'll see. if he's able to generate anything. He does beat one, doesn't beat Finn, who's been controlling that backboard so far.
Yeah, certainly if Gus can get online, you don't really need anyone on the team. Seen him have that pop-off potential. Not just yet so far. It hasn't been... I wouldn't say it's been the most mechanical series we've seen, but it goes to show what's on the line. People stick to what they know. What is happening? What on earth is happening? Can anyone get back? Goodness gracious, triple commit, pinching off the crossbar, the post, back off the post, back off the crossbar. No goal for the Kib gang.
It had everything but the yarn at the back, and, well, I can't believe that Gus missed that bump as well. That would have completely opened up the net. It would have been a freebie and it would have been a tied game, but instead Chiefs find themselves in a fortunate situation. That was almost a reverse rule one. It was a bit of a weird one. But
it was almost not safe for public viewing as well. Goodness gracious. Kaka with the pass across. Shaw's this time watching that infield. That's Chiefs' bread and butter. Looking for those back post passes, those late infields. This time covered. Kaka is in a little bit of trouble. He does recognise late that Scrubby's behind and grabs 100 boost as well. Shaw's with the shot. Shaw's with the opening. And there's the equaliser.
Well, we spoke about it. Hunter, he's been the carry for one end, but Shaw's has had a split to remember, and he's got the 2 goals here to counter Hunter on fire. 2-2. He's got the fire extinguisher out. Is it enough to get them one more game and to get this series tied back up?
It needs to be massive. It'd just be game on. If this can get back to 2-2, you're thinking then surely we're destined for Champions Field. And we might just be. Scrub gets 2. It's all of a sudden you're thinking Chiefs are going to be able to lock this out. Go 3-1 up. They've conceded 2 in 15 seconds. And Scrub, the man we're looking to get online, has done just that.
Love that from Scrub. You can see from the defender's POV that he was actually on that right-hand side of the ball, just kind of making it look like he's going to push that pass, and then the very last second dips around. That's why it gets caught out behind, I think it was Kaka. That's the lead that they've been looking for, and that's the player we've been hoping would step up for Kib Gang if they want to have a good chance in this, but Finn sinks another.
They keep going for these bumps, Chiefs, and they really have been unsuccessful, but fortunately enough, the pass from Hunter was so smart. He put it wide enough that Scrub couldn't read it off the corner, off the post, and then the placement from Finn and the speed, all too good. Well, they might just be getting themselves out of trouble here in Game 4.
Delayed his shot just enough as well for Shaw's to end up flying in front of the ball. Scrub looking for another. He wants to step up. Maybe been listening to all of our garbage trash talk throughout that game. It's not been able to find success just yet. 20 seconds left. Can somebody get in regulation, or are we finding another overtime?
Love that touch. The reset was nice. Kaka's in a little bit of trouble. He's got a pre-jump. The placement from Gus. The shooting has just gone up a notch here in this series. And once again, Kib Gang just sneaked the lead late.
That's much more of a mental game. Cerebral from Shaw's. I used to call him a dumb kid, but man, has he grown up. Smart touches, little fake plays out, and they've got the lead once again.
Here we go. Are they going to be able to create something? The Chiefs late. Kaka's going to delay the flip. He looked for the bump. The demo did come through on net, but there's still 2 back for Kib Gang. Shaw's is going to look for the ground. Instead, he goes for the clear. Kaka might be able to get a touch on it, but they can't keep it up. And Kib Gang somehow have tied the series.
What an impressive performance by Shaw's. I've talked about him a lot this game, but he got the 2 goals. He set up the 2 others. He even has the most saves for his team. He's topped the scoreboard by an absolute mile, with Hunter being the only one close to him, because Hunter also was having a brilliant game. It just wasn't enough.
Suddenly, we are absolutely, well, Kib Gang are right in this game. I thought it was going to be 3-1. We saw it was 2-0, then it back to 2-1. Suddenly they tied up, grabbed the lead. And now we have a series. No timeout called from the Chiefs, so they're pretty happy with how things, well, they're not happy, but content with what's happening right now. They think that they've still got them covered. They were in the lead for the majority of that game, but not in that overtime, not when the clock hit 0.
Well, it's been dicey. We've had some close ones. Kib Gang versus the Chiefs. A lot of pressure, I'd say, on the Chiefs' shoulders. Now sensing how important this game is for the major. They may have even expected coming into this series that they could comfortably win this, but talked about Kib Gang all season. We know what their peak is. Are they hitting it today?
Well, they've played each other previously as well, so this is it's gone the way of the Chiefs previously, this matchup. But right now, when there is pressure on Yummy, you nearly have to forget about all the previous results. This is the biggest series that either team will be playing in the final event of the season, and basically your entire year is on the line the way this schedule is working. So
Wow, yeah.
just so much happening here, and we're only in June, and have a look at this. Now Gus is online. It was Shaw's in the previous game, Scrub with heroics, and the MVP for a lot of this split so far, Gus, stepping up when it matters.
Everyone's punched their tickets. They've tapped on their opal cards. We're all aboard the Gus bus for that goal. And Kib Gang starting to feel it. That's multiple goals they've scored in a row now in a game or in a series that has been mostly back and forth.
They look so slow to start this series. We saw it in the first game. We were asking for them to step up the pace. Perhaps it was at times catching teams out. But, well, maybe that pace and the increase has caught them out here. You can see Scrub, this time third man. Instead of being that shadow defense that we normally see from him, he just throws himself at it. And it has proved costly.
The goal on the board for Kaka straight off the kickoff. Maybe they can get another one right here. As Finn gets the first touch, just needs to beat Shaw's, but he manages to get his body on the line and make the save.
Nearly broke his ankles. Here goes Hunter, gets two. Gus has to go. It's not a great touch. It's an even better one from Kaka, though, with the 50s. Finn there. No, Shaw's too quick. Scrub able to get a couple of chain dashes off that wall. And, well, now he's just showing off, I think. It's not even a rotation at this point. Kaka, though, winning the ball and the dunk. Scrub's going to back off for boost. He's going to get bumped as well. It's big trouble. He's not going to be able to get there in time. Hunter knew the back post was open, and he fired.
3 goals in the first minute again. No boost for Shaw's. That's been a problem when Chiefs have been able to keep the pressure on, and Kaka being a menace. Multiple touches right in front of Scrub. And second goal on the board for the Chiefs. They've got the lead again. Been a back and forth series, but Chiefs have been comfortable when they've been able to get an early lead.
Well, you say that, but didn't quite work out in the previous game. Hunter, well, that's one of the passes of the year if he meant that. Wait on that pinch. Here's Gus, though. Hero of earlier on in this game. Looks for two, doesn't find Scrub. Shaw's has to back off. He has a back corner with boost. Should be okay for him. Kaka recognising he's in a bit of trouble, goes for the pre-jump, misses. Shaw's makes it up with a reset over the top of the Scrub. It doesn't find him. All it is Hunter, and Gus has been beaten. Finn can leave it. Kaka has placement, but he doesn't have anything, and they've just completely bottled it. Are they still going to be able to get a goal? There's no boost. Another fake. Finn's got 0. He comes in and just goes...
Disaster there in front of the net and almost a goal. Despite all of that, so many touches coming out. Maybe this is it. No boost, but Gus finds some and manages to make the save. It's still hanging out of the front of net. Dire straits for the Kib Gang, and yet they've been able to keep themselves alive for now. Once again, maybe a counterattack. Hunter tries to shut it down. There is a potential pass into centre, but no. Finn's the first to it.
I should have scored 3. I'm glad Haz is happy with the sound effects, but goodness gracious, so many shots missed. Kaka in particular just had a wide open net, and that's the worst 50. Shaw's is just throwing himself. He can't get back, and they've overcommitted. Now it's just Scrub back. Finn has a reset off the ceiling, goes down, blocked out by Gus. Hunter keeping the ball in. Chiefs want 3, but they are making hard work of it.
Chiefs do have to worry a little bit because they almost feel at this moment in time that they deserve another goal, and we've seen them be quite direct, looking to go a little bit too fast. They don't need to. They've got that 1 goal lead. They can look to get a little bit lateral and beat out these defenders. Haven't been able to find one just yet. That second goal lead could be what makes them that much more comfortable. Said it's going to be Shaw's cutting it out. Holding on for the defense right now is Kib Gang.
Finn takes it up. No boost to work with, but Gus can get that one out for now. That's a great touch from Kaka. He recognised our both in net. No one on the back ball, but the bubs come through. And Gus is down the other end with a free double. Oh, somehow Hunter's come up underneath and found a save. Gus did have the shot on target. Kib Gang trying to get one back. They still might, as it's not great positioning, but the hustle defense from Chiefs working out for now. Just over a minute left. The last time we saw what happened, they're certainly not going to be comfortable with this 1-goal lead, Yummy.
Especially with the pressure that is being put upon them by Kib Gang right now. We're seeing a little bit of boost stealing getting away, so an important clear out from Kaka. It's going to be Scrub. Trying to find it past Finn. No, it's Gus off the corner. Scrub looking for the bumps. Manages to avoid it is Kaka, and that's enough to get the clear. They're holding on for now.
You can see how deep Hunter's sitting as well. Sometimes you can go into your shell, though. It's a huge second touch from him. He's going to miss the touch. He's got 0 boost. Let's find the pop. And Scrub will be able to land on it. Finn throwing himself. Not sure if that's the recipe when you're up a goal, 30 seconds left. And it has not punished the Chiefs just yet. Demo's coming through. Gus finds Hunter. More bumps. Finn with the pop. Can they get one back? Gus pre-flip finds it. Hunter looks on target. Counter-attack coming through. Shaw's on net. Finn back in time. The redirect didn't have the power on it. Just over 15 seconds. Kib Gang going for it, but they're not finding it.
They set everything forward for that, and it wasn't enough. It will go the other end. Shaw's makes the desperate dive. It keeps him with a chance. 4 seconds, a flick up, a pre-jump, but a pre-jump of the pre-jump from Finn is what it takes for Chiefs to get on to match point.
You just felt if they lost that 2 games on the trot, they were in big trouble. They conceded the first goal, but they fought back. Kaka and Hunter finding the openings. 18 shots to 5 as well, if you don't mind. They dominated them after that first goal, and they get the reward for it. 1 game away from a guaranteed tiebreaker for the major.
And I was about to ask whether we get the timeout. It has been confirmed. Kib Gang, the last opportunity to call the timeout. And they will be looking to try and turn this around, CJ, as... I mean, what are you expecting to do when the Chiefs are keeping you in your own half so much?
Well, we saw early on in the game they were picking up the pace. They got that goal from Gus, just outpacing in the midfield, having that free solo play. But then they got caught out a little bit. They can see that open net. You saw Scrub overcommit third man. And then suddenly they're hesitating, and then they think, hang on a minute, should we be playing fast? Do we go back into our shells? But as soon as you play slow against the Chiefs, I mean, this is what happens. You concede 18 goals. If you're conceding 18 goals in a game, you're probably not winning. So I'd love to see them just go for it at this point. Really pick the pace up in Game 6 and really put the pressure on Chiefs.
It was 18 shots to 5 in that game, and that just shows a ridiculous amount of pressure, the amount of possession that one team, the Chiefs, were able to put on. It'll be interesting to see if, as you said, can Kib Gang up the pace as we... I really want to emphasize that's on Scrub more than anyone else. He's that guy who's usually in front of the ball, getting demos, playing really fast, up to the ball really quickly, and kind of making it awkward for the opponents. And we haven't seen that too much from him in this series.
Yeah, I really want to see just that pressure and just really just throwing everything at it. And, you know, if you're going to lose playing your way. And I just want to see them really force the issue and make Chiefs earn it a little bit more. Because right now, as you said, the pressure feels a little bit easy for the Chiefs. They're winning that midfield battle. And basically because Kib Gang are giving it up and happy to play defense, looking for the counter-attack, looking for the overcommit. We've talked about Hunter, we've talked about Kaka. I want to give some credit to Finn for his composure as well. He's really been that link in the chain for this offense and defense, you know, not enabling the easy transition out for Kib Gang, and a reason why they can only get 5 shots.
We head into Game 6. Chiefs on match point and looking very, very close to the major and possibly Worlds right now. Of course, to get to Worlds, you not just have to win this series, but also get ahead of KCP, so they have a good set of points heading into that major. But obviously, this is the first step.
Yeah, they just want to focus on the teams in front of them. That's a great skim from Kaka, who's almost found the net. It would have been a worldie, and that's what it can take here to get the job done. To want to go to that major, you got to sometimes pull out something special. Scrub with a nice challenge. Kaka waiting on the backboard. Huge shot. Hunter has to be ready. He's on this occasion as Shaw's trying to keep the ball in as well. Kib Gang, this is much better from them with pressure, but you can see these bumps. Every time there's a demo, you look up, and for the most part, it is Chiefs being that more physical team.
And Chiefs have been able to stave off that attack just for now. Gus Look at the solid play. A lot of more direct play straight down the middle from Kib Gang. It is going to set up some pressure right here, but it's not going to be enough to beat out Finn in the corner. Boost steal away from Gus as Hunter goes driving down the other end and doing what he can. And that's, again, something I've been so impressed with the Chiefs so far this series is how strong they've been, even when they've had zero boost.
I really like that as well. Just looking for the long game, grabbing boost. I know Hunter working well with zero, but that's the game Kib Gang needs to play. They have to get the bumps and demos on. And at boost usage as well. Controlling the boost is going to be huge against the Chiefs. It's a great pass to Shaw's drop down. Shot on. I think Finn might have just put it in under panic from the follow-up for Gus. But this is much better. Look at the aggression. Shaw's grabs corner boost off them. Sits downfield, gets the redirect.
Gets it behind Finn as well. In an area where there was going to be a goal regardless. Finn tried his best, but ends up going straight into the net. And Kib Gang won't go down without a fight, but neither will Finn as he looks to make up for it almost. The Shaw's once again on the backboard, holding steady.
And Kako was in a little bit of trouble in the midfield, but look at the pressure early here. Kib Gang only got one shot, but they only need one so far. Look at the pressure, though. That's worth a lot more than the shots at the moment. More 50s coming through. Hunter positioning himself really well and finds it on the backboard. And they have to get something going here, the Chiefs. They've lost their touch a little bit. They've lost the early composure and pressure.
Already noticed some more off-the-ball play coming out from Kib Gang, looking for some more boost steals, some more bumps. There's Shaw's. He goes for the boost and ends up turning around to turn it into a pass. A little pop-up again from Gus. Shaw's wins the race as Kaka left alone in the defense with nothing in the tank. Scrub has the support in the mid, but that support gets demolished.
Look at the difference, though, when they've got no boost. They're really slow to get out here, the Chiefs, as Hunter's trying to get a bump. Finn can get in, but he has been dusted. We are starting to see this again. The pace getting picked up. Look at the bumps. Look at the aggression. Leaves it for Shaw's, the scrub. And he does lose that corner boost. Hunter able to work it out, but Chiefs not getting it as easy as last game. It's a great pass, but no one there. Kaka wants in. It's going to be a slow offense. This is the change-up that Kib Gang have brought to this series.
Turn around as Hunter gets a counterattack with the bumps. Another bump from Kaka. What a save from Gus. How did he manage after getting bumped 5 times in front of net?
I have no idea how he saved it, but he's given it up to Shaw's, who gets demo for his own. It's just turned gangbusters here. There's demos everywhere. The physicality cranked up to 11 as Hunter's going to cut rotation. It's so messy. A Goomba stomp coming through as well, this time from Kaka. They're all over each other. You can see what's on the line in this series, and it's picking up on Neo Tokyo.
A clear down from Kaka, looking to do it himself. Has the support behind from Hunter, but no, it's going to be Shaw's with Gus in the middle. Almost getting the bump. Finn saves it this time. 1 minute left.
Oh, both teams really going for everything, and clutch saves down both ends. Scrub now trying to work it out. Has Gus across. Kaka's going to back off. It's a great first touch. Can Gus get one more? He's faking everyone, but Kaka just lands on it.
He looked like he was going to go above, fakes it underneath. And another chance here for the Kib Gang. Are we going to go to a Game 7? Chiefs find themselves stuck in the back half, 45 seconds left.
Champfield is looming, and that's a great pass. Even better block coming through, but it's still going to be Kib Gang. 35 on the clock, just need to hang on. But do you want to sit back? Do you want to let Chiefs attack? We know what they can do.
Gus almost let that one through. 30 seconds left, and there's a chance for the Chiefs, if they can just get possession of this ball. There it is from Kaka, beats out one. Shaw's, he's desperately going from in front of the ball. Will that be enough as Scrub? Beautiful clear to give them some time.
This is it. Finn's up. He's going to have a free double if he gets the first touch, but it's on net. It's a half-half. Because Kaka keeps it in. Is anyone there? Hunter just has to back off. Oh, Champfield, how you been? We've missed you in OCE. And if this ball hits the ground, we're going to get one of the biggest Game 7s in OCE history. Kaka doesn't want it. He wants to keep it up. Hunter, he can't do that. And we head to Champfield.
Game 7, it feels like forever. Saturdays and Sundays have been Game 5s, Game 6s at best, with the likes of Power able to dominate the region. But of course, when it comes to such a crucial matchup with everything on the line, Kib Gang and Chiefs have taken us to multiple overtimes, and they've kept it so incredibly close. I'm so ready for this.
Oh boy, starting to shake in our boots here. This is where we saw the pressure in North America. We saw the tiebreaker going all the way to Game 7 between OG and Shopify. Game 7 overtime. And that just shows the pressure when these situations happen, when everyone on the pitch knows what's at stake. And as I said, I mean, it's not just major, it's not just worlds, which is enormous. But as I said, it's your entire year right now. We're only in June. This is the final event, final online event for OCE the entire season. And as far as we know, if scheduling goes the same as what we've had in this one, the final event of the year. So much on the line, one game to do it.
Reminds me of the old days where it was all down to one single match at the end, a regional championship. We may as well have that right now, especially for the Chiefs. You got to think that Kib Gang, a little less pressure. They know that they're in the chance for the major, but Chiefs, they know that this is a must win, that it's right in their grasp. They can't afford to throw it away, especially, given the history of this team, this Organ Hunter as well in the last split.
Here we go, Game 7. Welcome, ladies and gents. If you're just tuning into OCE for the first time, strap yourself in, buckle up. It's going to be an absolute doozy for 5 minutes, and Kib Gang with early aggression. Demos coming through. I love this change-up off the timeout. They were 3-2 down, but they've shifted the pace, and they're bringing it here when it matters most.
All about that extra pace and what can they do off the ball? What can they do with zero boosters? Shores takes the shot. Hunter with nothing in the tank manages to get it across the crossbar and even get it down to the other end. Will Hunter be the one to step up and be a hero play at the beginning to get this first goal?
Enormous save from him, working it down, but the demos as well from Kaka was huge, denying the chance. Finn has a reset. Finn has top corner, double commit save this time. There's the pass. It's beautiful to Kaka. Chiefs strike first.
They sent it one way, they sent it the other. Finn forced out a double commit from Shores, and there was an accidental bump on Scrub as well. But in the end, the pass back from Hunter, a smart team play that gets Chiefs in the lead.
Massive first goal, but doesn't really tell us anything the way these games have been turning out. Shores takes it up. It's a great first touch, gets a reset as well. Kaka's going to wait on it with 100 boost. Chiefs, they do have that buffer, but they want one more ceiling fake. Oh, Kaka's got everyone going the wrong way. Top corner wide open, 2-0 Chiefs.
Kaka wants to go back. He missed out the last time. He had a chance at land before, and he didn't get the results he wanted there either. And he's found himself a solo goal. Second on the board for Kaka and second on the board for the Chiefs.
The first real time anyone's thrown a fake off the solo play as well. He had the reset. He just waited, and they might be able to strike again as well. If Hunter can find the shot. Oh, they're absolutely demolishing them on Champfield.
Once again, Kaka first to the ball, races everyone. Hunter was playing so far forward, ready looking for boost steals, that he's in position. A 3-goal lead. Is that enough to hold on to it, CJ?
No timeout for the Chiefs. They went straight into Game 7, straight into Champfield, and they've scored 3 in a minute here. Finn, does he want more, or is that enough for them? It goes to Musty. Goodness gracious. Hunter's going to keep it in. He's been so impressive this series. He goes for another fake. He's beaten out everyone. Have 4. Why not?
Hat-trick for Kaka in Game 7. He wanted to step up, and we wanted to see him step up through the series. We've seen him have such a fantastic split so far. And of course, in the most important game, he'd be the one to get them well and truly in the lead.
Absolutely smacking them. What can they do, Kib Gang? There's still a lot of time left. This would be the perfect start. Everything has to be perfect from here, but it's not. The shot looked top draw, looked top quality, but it is wide off the post. And now Finn down the other end looking for a fake. He grabs the corner boost. He misses the 50. Hunter's in now. Kaka can go with a free touch and space. Just over 3 minutes. He's getting the air dribble. It's a double commit. Where's Hunter? Does he want in? He's got a shot if he was ready, but he was too far back.
I think he was happy to hold on to the lead. He saw how much time he eventually had, so he still committed. It may have almost led to a counter-attack. Still needed to see somebody from the Kib Gang step up to be the difference maker like Shores was in the earlier game. But it's still all Chiefs for now. They keep the attack going.
Scrub trying to find a teammate downfield, does so with Shaw's, not finding that third link though. Gus is just going to go forward for corner boost. Why not? You're 4 goals down. Going to throw everything. You've got to be as aggressive as possible. All out attack. Hunter is going to land on this one. Great pinch. Shaw's keeping it in. You can see the difference in that third man aggression, but Chiefs able to keep it out for now. Just over 2 minutes. They've been able to kill a lot of time so far. Could this be the first? Could this be the opening? But Kaka with a huge save. He somehow just floats in front of the ball. Keeps it out of net.
The defense keeping Chiefs at a 4-goal lead. They're smelling London right now. They know how important this has been, and a little bit anticlimactic, but they're going to be happy. They're looking confident. They maybe even find another one as Finn just opts for the 50 instead.
Yeah, it's not the Game 7 perhaps we wanted, but certainly what the Chiefs had in mind as Hunter is going to be able to control this one. Have to start thinking about what they're going to be able to do tomorrow in the semi-final. Minute 30 left. Scrub, well, he's not getting the touch that he wanted. Hunter, though, unable to punish. As you said, 4 goals, Yummy. They're not looking to score now. Just keep it out. They did the damage early.
They've done so enough. A minute 20 remaining on the clock. They know right now that they can think about that international event, but they still need to win the match tomorrow against what is likely the Pioneers. If Pioneers lose today, then they're fully out. As Gus maybe gives a little bit of hope here.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Minute and 7 left. We've had about 18 goals in a minute before in OCE, so this is certainly game back on. It starts here with this kickoff, though. What do the Kib Gang have in store? They're going to go nice little back corner with the bump. They're going to get pressure off it, but Gus, I reckon he would have wanted a solo play if he had his time again. Scrub pre-jumping, looking for the 50. Finds it. Midfield game, won by Kib Gang, but Gus, again, they're just not positioning where they need to. They've given the opening to Kaka, who's trying to shake and bake. 45 seconds. But every attack for the Chiefs is just killing more time off the clock. And Hunter's got another one. 5-1 to the Chiefs. Surely now they can start thinking about tomorrow.
That's all she wrote. Kib Gang, you've seen them playing very desperately, going up for the ball too early even for many of these, and any hopes that they'd be able to make their 3-goal comeback. But Hunter is clinching the semi-final. They know that they are on the verge right now, and they can just play it comfortably.
You're going to be so happy for the likes of Finn in this situation as well. Obviously not all but guaranteed.
And to do it with Kaka as well, you know.
Reward for effort and perseverance.
He got switched off teams. He got essentially kicked off teams, lost his teammates. Kaka left him. Kaka got to go to a major, and you know, that team didn't really work out. Kaka comes back. The old bros back together. And even though they haven't made the major just yet, or they haven't made Worlds just yet, they know that they are almost there.
And that will do it for Kib Gang season as well. The roster moves, the roster shuffle after the first split for OCE for everyone but Power. And so far, it's advantage to the Chiefs until tomorrow. They've guaranteed themselves a tiebreaker for the major. Has all but said it's over and thinks that they are going to make it. Perhaps they don't want to jinx them too early there. But unfortunately for Kib Gang Formal, that is going to be their season over. Chiefs live on.
I feel like Scrub's a little bit biased when it comes to his opinions on Pioneers. That's all I'll say.
True.
Fair enough. But look, I mean, I do have to say it was an admirable effort from the Kib Gang. I thought after Game 6, they had it figured out. The momentum was back in their favor. But something about the Chiefs that I think has been a recurring theme is when it comes to sort of clutch performances on Saturday and early Sundays, they've had a lot of series where they start off like, oh, maybe they're not so strong, and then they just get better and better as these series go. And I think they're the only team where, like, we have seen multiple moments outside of Power where we've seen multiple players step up at multiple times. First half of this series, it was all Hunter pulling off great shot after great shot. Then Game 7, it kind of moved over to Kaka, who stepped up when they needed him the most.
And we've seen a lot more consistency out of them because, you know, last split we saw them, you know, do really well one event and then go 5th to 8th in the next event in a, you know, losing to the Gremlins. And I think now that we've seen this Chiefs organization, at least, and that roster have a consistent play style, have a really team-based play style. We're seeing them have a much lower floor as well, which has worked really well in this region.
That was their first Game 7 as well, so to get that win has to be huge for the team morale, the team mental, especially, as we said, going into potentially Pioneers tomorrow to guarantee that major spot.
Yeah, I mean, that matchup is a big potential, though. I mean, the Quick Trip Pioneers, they still have to beat Reaper's Scythe, and that's going to be our second match here on the Super Saturday. So stick around, game number 2, when we return.
Take
Welcome back to the final qualifier here for RLCS in OCE for the season. As I can hear myself, why did I turn the stream on? Goodness gracious. How are we doing, guys? We had a fantastic, series. The Game 7 formal didn't quite live up to the exciting expectations. Unless you're a Chiefs fan, it was probably the best thing ever. But we've got 3 best of 7s to go.
Yeah, that said, when we're looking at these matchups, I have to say, if we're expecting another championships field banger, I would be very surprised if this second game is going to be the one that kind of returns us to that like pinnacle venue.
Yeah, well, now Chiefs have confirmed themselves minimum a tiebreaker to get in. So the only possible tiebreaker now is Pioneers win the entire event. And then they also still have to win again against Chiefs in a matchup. I guess if they can do it once, they can do it twice. But, as you said, this is kind of a one-sided match. Reaper's Scythe haven't made it into the top 8 before. Zombie Freak hasn't, really played that much since he was on the come-up in 2018. So that's exciting to see him come through. Nerve and Jack, I know, have been fighting hard. A lot of people have been talking about Nerve recently, so excited to see how they go.
Yeah, they've been toiling away formal in the rank A, rank X sort of scene in 6-mans. I've been in there. I've been hanging out. Well, not really recently, actually, but look, they've got potential up-and-comers. Jack in particular, I've been impressed with.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously last time they played Pioneers again, round 1 of the Swiss stage, they did take them to game 5, so they took a couple games off this squad, and this Pioneers team, I mean, yeah, they're still in the running, but you have to have a couple question marks. A bit of a controversial, dare I say, roster move coming through. It's actually not Fiber playing, from what I gather. Mock going to be subbing in, and Mock has had deep results in the past and has made top 4s, but I haven't seen him ever win an event. Yummy, I don't know if this is the right move.
Yeah, kind of disappointing to see. Not necessarily based on, what's been going on this split, but just the fact that no OCE team's willing to stick it together. I mean, you look at the Chiefs of the past, they didn't instantly become successes. They worked at it. They had some really bad times that they worked together through, and they kind of stuck it out and figured it out. And maybe it's just the fact that we have such short splits. Realistically, it's all done within 4 weeks, 3 weekends time. And, I'm kind of disappointed.
Well, here's the thing, though. And this is my, kind of screwball conspiracy theory. Everyone seems to believe in the idea of, the honeymoon period, except for myself. Maybe Pioneers are just trying to force one in right now. Week 6, gotta win it.
No, I don't think it's that. I'm disappointed as well. I think regardless of what is going on with, I think, we can only go off what we've seen online with, big clashes and whatnot. And obviously they haven't been getting the performances they want, so then you're trying to work on things. By the way, get your predictions in chat while we talk with this #RS, #QTP. It's not enough time to just change it up. You have to stick it out. You've only got 3 events. It's going to be, in my opinion, sticking it out has to be better than bringing in, Mock, albeit he is a former professional player turned coach. Fiber, though, Fiber and Superloggy have made a major together, so it's not as if it's not possible for them to do it. It's not like Fiber's not good enough individually. He's one of the best players in the region, so it's interesting.
I know, and then from my eyes too, if you look at that RAS regional number 5, Fiber was the standout player to me. It looked like he was the one who was taking over. Maybe that was the problem. He was maybe a bit too ball and boost hungry. Team couldn't quite synergize around it. We can only speculate at this stage, but if Mock is the answer, they've only got one chance to prove it, Yummy.
And weirdly enough, in a very important regional, because sure, maybe you can say that nobody's able to take down Power, but if they can take down this quarterfinal and take down Chiefs in the semifinal, then Worlds is on the line. They need to get that points lead to make it hard for Chiefs to overtake them.
I believe if they knock out the Chiefs, it would put them, if the Chiefs go to the major, in a position where they would have to finish 2 and 3 in the Swiss to get through.
Yeah, either
sure.
2 or 3 or top 8. If I recall, it's either a 12-point or an 8-point difference, and it's 10 points to get 2 and 3 in the Swiss at the major with the double points, and obviously more if you get into that top 8.
Yeah, so needless to say, it is very important for the Pioneers to not only win this series, but win pretty much the next couple as well. For Reaper Scythe, though, they have an opportunity to play spoiler. Let's see what they can bring. 5 minutes on the clock, game 1 underway.
Game 1, and I just confirmed that right now, Pioneers, despite currently 4 points ahead, not counting Chiefs' extra win. So, yeah, they'd need to go 2 and 3 if they can just get 1 point ahead of them.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough ask, but you know what? OCE teams are pretty good at going 2 and 3 at these major events, so I don't want to count them out, and I think I like to believe the Chiefs would be able to do it should they make it, but for now, opening attack looks pretty good for the Pioneers side. Mock backboard looking for Amphis. They don't connect, and now Nerve with the chance. Mock will be there.
Really interested to see how these boys in blue go. Zombie Freak, if I recall, may even be a keyboard mouse player. It's in a very, very long time. No, maybe he was the one non-keyboard mouse player on the team that he was on, but he's already seeming to look quite involved as the first man. He's been first on the play multiple points in time. Nerve gets a good touch up as well. Another player we haven't seen too much of here and never in the top 8.
Couple attempts already for Super Lucky going for a solo play off the backboard, and the defense doing a good job kind of disrupting it. Although Amphis again through the corner, not able to put it through. Just as I'm curious about seeing the kind of look that, Reaper Scythe brings us, I am also curious about the Pioneers to see how different they look with Mock on the lineup instead of Fiber, who last time Fiber was kind of all over the field. Mock already playing a bit further back, but before when we saw Mock playing Yummy, he was always kind of like that midfield, always going to challenge no matter what.
Exactly. He was always up really fast to the ball. He would kind of play a lot like Scrub does now, which probably feels comfortable for the likes of Super Lucky, who played with Scrub for a very long time. And yeah, we'll see if he's still able to do that, given he hasn't been playing professionally. He's been coaching professionally for the last year or so. And right now, Pioneers have been getting a good amount of pressure, but nothing too close to the net just yet.
Yeah, a lot of solo plays, a lot of just trying to drive it in, and credit where it's due, Reaper Scythe defense has been holding, although we've yet to see a shot come back the other way. In fact, only one shot in the first half of this game. Neither team really putting any threatening touches on yet. Mock shut down by Nerve.
You clear out as looking for the counter-attack. Zombie Freak down to Jacques, but as we hit the halfway mark, we see something new in OCE that we don't see too often. It's still 0-all.
Yeah, especially after that last series with how explosive it was to see two teams struggling to even put shots on. A little bit of an anomaly. That time Amphis tries to connect with Locky, can't quite get it. Yep, on the clap back as well. Misses a chance to challenge it off the roof. Locky making everybody miss now, and only one more defender to beat. Zombie Freak, though, does a good job breaking up what could have been a pass.
Well, maybe the next goal is going to be the game winner right here as we see the redirect on target and on net. Zombie Freak gets the first.
Zombie Freak doing almost, I almost wanted to call it an Amphis impersonation because of how far deep he was down there. Gets that magic touch, crossing up the last defender, which happened to be Super Lucky. Great pass play for Reaper Scythe, and they're on the board first.
The real, maybe, a player that he could have been impersonating was Kronovi, who did the 360 no-scope all the way back in the first season. That was similar, if not more of a redirect. To get that behind, Scrub manages to get this early lead. Now the pressure gets put on KCP, and it will be Mock, the substitute, to step up.
The first time the Pioneers really can complete a pass on the attacking side, it of course is going to result in a goal. Great job from Super Lucky finding the gap on the backboard to set up Mock, who's able to drive it through. So one goal against them, no problem, says the Pioneers. They'll respond in kind.
And I guess I called Mock the substitute, but that's not really necessarily true. He has been, I guess, put onto the main roster after the last event where Fiber gets put onto the bench. Whether it's who they would have chosen, maybe with a bit more of time, that will be the question that remains. But Super Lucky finds the second goal. A good setup by Amphis this time. Just a few touches off the backboard, but makes it awkward for Zombie Freak.
Yeah, it looked very similar to the first goal, maybe a different spot on the backboard, but same sort of principle. Find some space, use it to pass back to an attacking member who's full committing, it must be said. Pioneers playing with a bit of conviction, now take the expected lead.
An interesting run, of course, for Reaper's Scythe, who managed to go through in the upper bracket into this matchup. But in their matches yesterday, they did go to Game 5 against Pioneers. We know that they have something there, or maybe it was just the warm-up match for Mock in his first series back in RLCS, because we've seen a 3-1 already in Game 1.
Look, if Regional 1 has taught us anything, we can't take too heavily sometimes some of the results that come from Friday, or I should say Regional 4, and Power's performance. Then Pioneers definitely looking like they're coming out with a bit more conviction here in this semifinal. That one-goal lead for Reapers has so quickly evaporated, you can forget they've even had it. 43 seconds remaining in this one, and very likely the Pioneers will hold on for the Game 1 win.
You'd even forget that it was 0-0 for quite a while, the first 3 minutes of this game. 4 goals scored in the last minute or so. And maybe even one here. No, Super Lucky just pinches it across and no one capitalizes.
It goes back to like a fun little thing I think CJ and I were discussing the other day. You know, depending on the series, we should be able to determine how long the games are, right? So for a game like this where people are going to score quickly, maybe we make them 2-3 minute games. That last series we could have made it like 8-9 minute games. Either way, Amphis almost gets it from the corner, but won't put it.
Yeah, maybe we go straight into overtime, and in that case, we would have seen the victory coming out from Reaper's Scythe. Instead, looks like to be a comfortable victory in the end for Pioneers. Once they got their stuff together, they take Game 1.
Yeah, smooth sailing for the Pioneers. One sort of counterattack pass up the field working against them. Zombie Freak showing they still have it since 2018. However, when the Pioneers started to connect, when we saw those infield passes come through, look at the synergy. 1 goal, 1 assist, straight down the board for all 3 members.
I did like that Zombie Freak was... I might call him Zombie from now on, because he's used that name in the past too. But he was playing so aggressively as a first man, really trusting of his teammates. It's something I sometimes miss from some of the newer teams into the top 8. Often they kind of get here from a very risk-free, defense-focused play style, and that's not enough to take down the top teams. The fact that they are willing to take some of those risks does leave them with a chance here.
Yeah, and it was a well-executed pass as well, so hopefully for Reaper Scythe, they'll be able to connect on a few more of those opportunities. If anything, the Pioneers will give it to them. Of course, Pioneers, they looked a lot more controlled after that goal was scored against them, maybe a little bit of a wake-up call, but whether or not they can keep that momentum through 4 games, doesn't matter who you against, it's still a long series. We'll see. Gearing up for game number 2, however. If you're a Pioneers fan, you just want to see more of the same, more of that control, and more of those connections off the backboard.
And a shout out to Super Lockie's mum, who's currently here cheering on the boys and hoping to get another chance to go overseas. We've met each other at LAN. Lovely person, but always there to support Super Lockie at all the LANs. And well, it's going to be needed at this point in time. Still a long way for KCP to be able to make that LAN. They need to win the entire event. They need to be the first team to take down Power, and it starts here.
Yeah, and I mean, it could be that opportunity as well for Mock to get on a roster as well, to travel to a major and possibly Worlds should they find this success. It would be the first time we'd be seeing Mock on that international stage. As they're going to pass it down to Lockie, that's not in.
Will be the counter-attack instead from Zombie Free. You can see he's always first on that ball. But maybe his teammates will need to be the ones to make the difference from that back half when you're in that kind of 2v3 situation. If you've got a player upfield, it does give you those extra chances to outplay to get the pass across. Nerve so far is doing a good job in the midfield.
Yeah, that they are, and so far, actually, game number 2 starting similar to game number 1, even so far as the first goal is going to go to the Reaper side.
Oh, touch off the wall. Super Lucky may not have wanted that to go into the middle. Looks like he wanted it to go straight down the line, but that is the mistake that cost them the first goal. We've seen this before. Pioneers, they're not going to be too worried.
Again, the confidence on this Pioneer side, you'd have to imagine, is in spades in this matchup. However, I like both of Reaper side's goals, taking advantage, of a misplay on the Pioneers and very decisive when they start to move up the pitch as well, which, as you mentioned, in between these games is kind of what you have to be to challenge the top teams in this region. Right now, though, I'm seeing a blue side with very little boost. Amphis on the charge, and we are tied.
So smooth. He's a smooth operator, this Amphis. All the way to the roof. Gets the flip by jumping onto the roof on the way through. And he executes that over the top of, as you said, low boost players.
A bit unfortunate for that Reaper side. The defense kickoff. A bit of power on that. Actually, he's going to set up a good pass down to Zombie Freak.
Ooh.
Mock diving save. And the follow-up from Yuck, not quite there. Amphis was able to control it, and the Pioneers survived.
That is how the Nordics would pronounce his name. But nothing disgusting about his gameplay right now. Juck is unfortunately not able to stop that one as Mock manages to get a... Well, it's not a 50-50. It's not a 25-75. He's got it through all three of them.
Oh, I'm trying to do that. It would be... so, what, 25, then you
Well,
go...
I guess, yeah, it's a 25-75. It would be normally a 33-66 if it's 1v2.
Yeah, so the 25-75... Just absolutely perfect touch, and now it's a really nice pass as well. Super Lucky can't put it on. Amphis behind the ball, just dribbling it the wrong way. Mock did not have the boost, so they weren't able to drive it straight down the middle. That opens it up for Zombie Freak. Will not get the shot in.
There's a close chance, and maybe breathing a little sigh of relief. It's Super Lucky! He's put a beamer in!
Oh, man, the Pioneers are looking motivated as ever, and I am loving this board from Super Lucky right now. Absolute clanger of a shot. This is hopefully a similar Super Lucky that we saw, in those early regionals back last year when had something to prove, wanted to make every major. This is kind of that form that we saw then. It'd be great for Lucky and the Pioneers if we see it again now.
Yeah, that's Super Lucky's mum's boy right there. You always knew that he's got it in him. We haven't seen enough of that from him this split. Just absolute domination from in front. A shot that seemed unsavable. And a 2-goal lead that looks unassailable.
Dude, when family is watching, it always goes one of two ways. You either step up and perform better than normal, or the nerves really get to you. And I guess it's good to see that Lucky is the type, if parents are watching, yeah, then you got to bring your A game.
Well, he's brought it so far, and he may find another. He went for the slower route, and he still tricked them all.
I mean, was it necessary for the double? Probably not. Could have driven that straight in, but sometimes you got to go for the style points, Yummy. Again, family's watching.
Well, it looked like he may have felt that there was a defender a bit more ready for that one. Rushed the first touch, and then found out he had all the room in the world, and still made up for it in the end with a great follow-up touch. And now the 3-goal lead, the domination that we've seen from KCP in terms of shots, it's very hard to see somebody like Reaper's Scythe bring this back. But they've got a minute and 40 to do so.
I had to hold my breath for a moment there. Amphis off the backboard, always a scary moment. Unfortunately for the Pioneers, wasn't able to put it through this time. But again, with that 3-goal cushion, I do expect to see the Pioneers, start to be a bit more creative with some of their shots and some of their approaches. I mean, this team definitely has the mechanics to boost it, and if they can keep their morale high and continue to keep the pressure on with fun shots like that, it definitely will do them wonders to help secure the 4-0 sweep.
Still seeing a lovely offensive effort coming out from Reaper's Scythe, but it's been shut down all too quickly. Super Lucky, well, he's been putting shots on left, right, and centre, putting the pressure on the defense, and it's almost a follow-up touch to get the 5th goal, but for now, Reaper's Scythe hold on.
I mean, Lucky is, hitting, again, absolute banger shots. Amphis is hitting musties and, trying to play off the backboard. This is a Pioneers team playing with the confidence we kind of expect to see from them in this matchup. And so far, Reaper Scythe, they've had a couple key moments. They've had 2 leads, actually, already in this series in 2 games. You do the math on that percentage, but haven't been able to hold it. The Pioneers, they give up 1 here. Super Lucky dives back, though, to keep it in the corner.
And just to settle the debate that's happening in chat, Torsos is the GOAT of OCE, undisputed at this point in time, but Super Lucky would certainly want to put himself into that conversation. He needs some good performances at LAN, And maybe if he can win this event, we'll see him get a chance to enter that conversation as Pioneers go up 2-0.
I think Super Lucky's trajectory could very well get him there, especially if he can find himself top 8 or greater in a major as well. But I feel with that debate, I mean, there is just the longevity that Torsos has, which is so tough for
longevity.
A lot of,
He's got a top 4 at an RLCS LAN. He's got other great results as well internationally that maybe haven't come through as much lately, but even still, lately had more international performances as well with some 2-3s as you like to mention that Power keep getting.
Yeah, well, this next one's going to be the 3-2, but I will say this as well. I mean, Torsos also might be adding, the perfect, local season to his resume as well, should Power win this regional out. That said, Pioneers, most likely team to play spoiler, perhaps them or the Chiefs, depending on how this and these next couple series go. We will see if they can take that away, or if the Reaper Scythe, can start to come back in this one. No timeout taken, it looks like, at least not yet. Reaper Scythe intent to keep playing on.
Maybe a little bit of surprise. Maybe they haven't even been briefed on the fact that they have it, because they've never played in these best of 7s before, where you get the chance of the timeout, which you don't get in the best of 5s. We head towards game number 3. For Reaper's Scythe, I want to see them really get a game on the board, to at least keep it close for now. It's going to have to start right in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, a reverse sweep against this Pioneers team, to say it's unlikely would almost be, still a little insulting to the Pioneers. But if they can win this game, maybe they can build off of that either way. They've scored the first goal the first 2 games. That would be a good first step to do that 3 games in a row. Mock says no to Zombie Freak. Finds Super Lucky to the backboard. Yuck keeps it in place, and here comes Amethyst. Puts it high.
Oh, great follow-ups, but just sticking around the backboard, and Reaper's Scythe managed to cover it just well enough. Super Lucky going to keep the pressure on for now. It gets the extra touch here, and he may be able to set it up for Mock, who just backs out of the play and slows it down around the quarter. Pass down into Amphis, works with him, but the pinch clear out from Juck works out for now.
Gets that ball more to the middle of the field, and Yuck, no boost, just can't reach the ball. Oh, if only you could grow an extra couple inches or extend that car a little bit further. Either way, here comes the Pioneers off the backward. Locky keeping it nice and snug. Mock waiting. Zombie Freak misses. Nerve, though, is the first one there to push it to the corner.
A little touch off the backboard as Super Lucky puts one in. The pressure just too much for the defense.
And it does look like we're finally starting to see the Reaper's Scythe crack a little bit right there. Yuck with the free jump desperation. Zombie Freak hoping for the squishy. It's not coming through. The Pioneers' ball placement just way too great for them right now, and continuing right where they left off so far in game number 3.
And then we have another argument in chat, and I'm going to say Kami over CJ in terms of GOAT status. Again, Kami, a top 4 at an RLCS LAN. Longevity beyond CJ's time. CJ was forever not making LAN because of Kami when he wasn't on the team. And then obviously they shared all of their performances together once they did eventually team up. And then Kami went on to get a Apac's best result too.
Yeah, I mean, Kami, it's doing great things, I feel like, for both OCE and for APAC. The craziest thing about Kami, too, is it did feel like the later and later into his career, hold the thought, Yuck just equalized.
Love that from Yuck. Manages to get a nice first touch, slows it down, keeps it awkward, makes it look like he's going to get the flip reset, maybe helped across the line a little bit by Super Lucky too.
Yeah, I mean, kind of out of nowhere with 2 Pioneers defenders back, you don't expect Yuck to kind of make that solo play, that touch, yet there they are, tying game, and credit to the Reaper Scythe. They are finding ways to get goals. Like, they haven't been shut out yet. They can be explosive at times. They just need to find a way to kind of carry that same performance on the defensive half as well.
It's going to be Amphis to try and keep that in. They don't want to let any game slip just for now, and instead it's going to be Nerve. Fires on. It's a little awkward for Super Lucky, but quickly turned around.
And with the pace increasing, I wonder if this will help Reaper Scythe create more opportunities. Yuck again, the solo dribble. This time Amphis gets the better of the 50. Mock also gets the better of Nerve. Zombie Freak, though, will get a free touch straight into Super Lucky, and the ball finally goes back to the blue side of the pitch.
Nerve in the back. Just tries to get a little touch over. Instead, it's going to just hang out in this defensive area for Scythe and just keep slowing the ball down. A real person to pass up to is Superlock. He finds himself in the 2v1. Mock supporting him. Doesn't quite read the bounce.
Yeah, isn't able to corral it. Instead, we're going to see Amphis versus Zombie Freak. And now Amphis off the roof. Can he get there? Doesn't matter. Juck won't be able to find the backboard read. So 2 minutes to go in this game. Still equalized. Nerve threatening. This could be good. Zombie Freak going to slow it down. Tries to win the 50, but it's too easy for Amphis to play keep away.
He's hoping to go and just stick behind that ball. And maybe modern times, the more successful play would actually be to hit that ball slowly and get in front of it and go for the air dribble bump. But didn't go for that option this time. Still stays at 1 apiece as Juck goes around, looks to center it. Has a little pass, but no follow-up.
No follow-up, yet Zombie Freak still playing so far forward. He's a very aggressive player, Zombie Freak. Has done enough to create opportunities at times. Definitely the closest game so far. Scoreline reflecting it. 1-1, final minute 10. Pioneers have been struggling to get that last touch across against a more reserved defense from the Reapers. That said, Super Lucky through the corner. Can't stay on the play. Juck tries to center it. But with the demo on Nerve, there's really no one to pass it to. Now Super Lucky has Amphis underneath. Ball will go towards the corner player, but it's not going to connect. And now Nerve with a chance isn't able to get behind the ball.
Oh, there's a missed touch by Mock. The best opportunity for Reaper's Scythe to win the game. Juck's hanging at the back, and oh, that was their chance. Now Pioneers find themselves in the closest game so far of the series. Nerve maybe get a chance at the other end. Shut down again.
And that opens the door perhaps for the Pioneers. 20 seconds left in regulation. They are on the hunt. Amphis, full moon of boost. Demo in the net, but the shot goes wide. Could have been a chance to end it in regulation. Instead, the last opportunity comes for, well, it could have been for the Reapers, but it goes straight to Lockie. Instead, ball's down. Amphis there. Late lead for the Pioneers.
Oh, I just hate this. From Nerve, he gave that ball away. He even had a little boost in the pocket. I think he wanted a long clear down, hit it straight to Pioneers. You can't afford to do that. And with 6 seconds left to go, Pioneers should clinch it.
What kickoff strats do the Reapers have? Not one in this occasion. It's going to be Super Lucky. Pinch off the roof, nearly in. 0 seconds to go. Juck puts it straight across to Amphis, who should be able to down this ball. Try to go for a fake on the reset. Juck gets underneath, but Super Lucky will still find a way to end this. Pioneers 1 game away for a battle with the Chiefs.
They're looking for that rematch, and they want to do it with some confidence. They want to get Mock warmed up into, well, his first weekend since what I would imagine is RLCS, the end of RLCS 22 season. So a bit more than a year and a half kind of time zone. But you know what, chat? I will say we love you guys here too. This is so much better than the RLCS chat. We get to have the OCE community here. We're all enjoying. We're actually having some discussions about who's the GOAT. And realistically, the true GOAT is you guys. So, you know, you guys, Torsos, probably Kami, me, then CJ.
Put Drip A up there as well.
Yeah, Drip A's... I don't mind anybody putting Drip A in the conversation because he kind of like burnt bright for a long time. He was just constantly at the top. And then he was like, you know what? I'm at the top and now I'm retiring. I'm done. So he never really had a downturn at any point in time.
There's a lot of players, actually, I feel like in OCE who've kind of stepped way on top. I mean, you could argue CJ did the same as well. His team was finding a lot of success and continues to do so. There is something admirable about that.
Yeah, it's better than kind of like fading out and feeling like you're forced to retire compared to what CJ has said. You know, he wanted to retire at the top when he was still feeling good, rather than just trail away. And Drip A retiring for different reasons, but that only emphasizes more how hard it is to become the GOAT, to be Torsos, to have that level of consistency, to have the level of consistency that Super Lucky had last season, making every single finals in OCE. And I mean, that may only be outstripped if Power managed to literally win every single regional this season.
Yeah, and exactly, and like to add to the Torsos comment, I do want everyone to retire on top except for Torsos, who I want to never retire. I want him playing into his 30s, into his 40s, and to still be making these finals. I believe he
still
can do
making
it.
lands, still getting 2-3 results. I'd like better, but still 2-3 results.
I want him to be the first person to not only bring his kids to the land to support him, but to bring his grandkids as well eventually.
We look at some of the players here. I mean, Mock has been to some international lands now as coach for Pioneers, but not ever as a player. And if they made the major, he would be his first chance, assumedly. Amphis has always felt like he should perform at lands. Super lucky again, another player who should be performing at lands, but haven't quite had that chance just yet.
Not yet, and this is the first game where we've seen the Pioneers actually explode out the gate as well. Just an easy goal for Super Lucky off that cross-up. Well, comparatively easy, I should say. Either way, timeout buff doesn't seem like it helped Reaper Scythe at the start of this one.
I will say the other thing we're blessed with OCE, just to continue on with Twitch chat, it's just the personalities we have. Always have fantastic interviews down here. It's always a blast hanging out with Twitch chat. I can even put up with formal sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, I do my best to make it as difficult as possible. Either way, we're going to keep adding to this lead right now. Twitch chat has been, they've been well behaved today so far. I have to admit, I've been impressed with Twitch chat. They have been well behaved. They have been under control for the most part. It's been good. It's been good. And having, again, the smaller Twitch chat here, Fortress Global, it's been nice.
Yeah, except they gave me an F rating in terms of the caster report cards. So
We'll see how that's a negative.
yeah, well, I'm gonna have to see you guys after class, okay? Maybe back behind the sheds.
Oh man, what is detention like with Yummy Cheese, man? That seems. Are you making them write on the chalkboard?
It's just them writing S+ like 1,000 times. That's it.
Oh man, I can't imagine you were the student who was in detention. I feel like you were too well behaved. You were.
Yeah, no, that was not me. I was in detention quite a fair bit, unfortunately. One time I got put in detention for a week because I threw a tomato at my mate and it hit a teacher. So. Yeah, there wasn't much explanation I could go there. They didn't really care that I was trying to throw it at my mate and not them.
Yeah, the wrong target excuse doesn't tend to work in situations like that. Hey, you know what? The way I see it, that's like the high school equivalency of an own goal right there. As while we were talking, goal was put on by Reaper Scythe. Well done. So that's going to be a response from Amphis. Clean dribble back up the other way.
I wasn't bad aim. They were walking past. It was past like a T section. I was throwing it down the alley. Oh, it's just terrible times, But yeah, keeping up with the OCE tradition of own goals before Rocket League even existed. And this is showing my age, before SARP even existed.
Yeah. I'm in a similar boat, all right? We're the boomers of this region. I can't say I ever got detention for throwing things at a teacher. So you got me on that.
I did play cricket, Dolly, by the way. I was really good as a kid, and right now I've been playing it again after 20 years off, and I've already torn my calves. Don't know how long that career is going to be going for. I thought maybe
not helping the boomer allegations with that
I
one,
thought maybe we can get past Rocket League and find something else, but no, cricket's not for me. Let's stay inside, avoid grass altogether, thank you.
Wow. There's still barefoot bowls.
Maybe we try another go at Rocket League.
There we go. Mock, though, content with this go at the moment. It's another pass straight up the field. That was a beautiful touch from Amphis as well to set it up. 5-1 lead, and this game really running away from Reaper Scythe.
Can we all just agree that Mock is the GOAT for that? Look at you could have been on 0. Hey, who was it that got the assist in that play? I wasn't.
It was Super Lucky.
Oh, he could have had his hat-trick. Mock steals it away. Instead, it's going to be Amphis with the hat-trick.
Actually, I think it was Amphis who had the assist as well, my bad. Either way, 6 assists for 6 goals. Pioneers putting on a smorgasbord of goals right now. Just scoring at will, it seems.
Now, you were saying before this series off camera that Reaper's Scythe are going to keep this close, right? So what's going to happen for the next 5 goals? How are they going to bring it back?
I don't recall saying that.
I might be putting words in your mouth, but I thought maybe you'd run along with it.
Look, there's a lot of teams I will stick up for and keeping it close. Gremlins being one of them, which that has potential to go terribly wrong. But if they are going to come back, well, you know, first you get the meme score line, you let your opponents get the Brazil, and then you start trying.
Well, Super Lucky does get his hat-trick as well, so now we're just waiting for one from Mock, and he's got plenty of time to do it.
This is getting very rough right now, Yummy. We're only just past the halfway point, and the Pioneers, they're 3 goals away from double digits in this one.
Yeah, I think that's very, very, very likely. The old double dig. Maybe we can find some OCE records. CJ was talking about it yesterday. In a 12-goal game, there's Mock. He's 1 away from his hat-trick. And obviously 2 away from the double dig.
This is, I mean, it's that wonderful mix right now of a team just desperate on defense, challenging everything, versus a Pioneer squad who is connecting on everything. Double dig feeling more and more likely with the passing. Second, I mean, I do the math right now. 8 goals, 3 minutes. They're on pace to get around like 12, 13 at this rate.
Do Pioneers know that it doesn't matter how many goals they get, as Mock does get his hat-trick? Even if you win by 100 goals, that doesn't give you like a pass straight through the grand final or anything like that. They still have to play Chiefs no matter what.
Yeah, you know, there's superstitious people out there as well that thinks if you score too many goals in the game before, then you won't score any in the next one. So maybe they're actually, you know, hindering their chances with the amount of points they're putting on right now.
Yep. Well, I'm not one of those superstitious people. So those guys can go and, I don't know.
They can score as little goals as they want, I
Start
suppose.
avoiding mirrors and ladders and whatever it is superstitious people do.
That's something that's always surprised me, is like the traditional sports always has like your superstitious fans and the likes, but that's never carried over to esports. There's no real.
What do you mean? We have rule
superstitions.
ones. We have whatever you just said about scoring too many goals. We have the biggest superstition of them all, and that's all is placebo. People are like, oh, I've got this decal.
That's true, and the honeymoon effect. I would call that a superstition. So you're right. There are more. As Mock off the backboard pinch, that was sick to get to the double-digit club.
They made the double dig. Mock as well, going into the lead in points. 4 goals now, 820 points. And now we're looking to see if anyone can get 1,000. Almost there.
Getting close. Mock could get there, I think, with 1 more goal. So my eyes are on Mock to get to that 1,000 mark. It is so open for Ampus here. Puts it off the backboard, though. 1 minute remaining of absolute misery, I can only imagine, for the Reaper Scythe in this one. This might quite possibly be the worst timeout buff we have ever seen.
True. Especially because last game was close, and this one, I thought that was going to be another goal, but well, it's not close at all.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there. Pioneers might be content just with 10, as Ampus will look to bring it back. Would you consider the timeout buff a superstition as well, because both teams get that same timeout?
Yeah, definitely a superstition, but maybe one that is backed up well by some stats. You get that. You have more than a 50% chance to win after a timeout, and that's considering when you call the timeout, you end up being obviously the team that's just lost a game, so you'd expect that maybe that would carry on.
Well, Ampus looking to get 1 more for the road. Unfortunately, that goal doesn't get him to the 1,000 score line. In fact, still behind Mock on the score line, and Super Lucky now a goal behind from the rest of the team.
Pick it up, Super Lucky. Only 3 goals and 3 assists. Like, come on. The new guy, Mock, is on 4-4, and should have made it 12, buddy.
Was there. If they had 1 more second on the clock, then it would have been even. As it stands, that's going to do it for this semifinal. 11-1 game 4. The Quick Trip Pioneers make quick work of Reaper's Scythe. And CJ, welcome back. your thoughts on that series?
Yeah, not too much to say about that one, I think, other than, congratulations to Reapers Scythe on making a quarterfinal. Enjoy your prize money, and we will see you next season for the Pioneers. Is it a statement piece? Do you think that's going to worry the Chiefs yummy tomorrow, or you think they're kind of just...
I don't think so. I don't think Chiefs would be in too much of a different situation up against Reapers Scythe either. Not to be too critical, but it was their first top 8. So it always ends up happening when you've got some of the top players and top teams versus somebody who's new.
Yeah, it was their first top 8, which means it was their first best of 7, and it really seemed like they forgot that you have to play, at least 4 games instead of 3 in that one.
Yeah, I think Juck might have made a top 8 before. I'm looking at had a quick look. He lost the shooting, got swept by Power 4-0 in the Open Qualifier number 2. So they've had a couple of top 8s at least for Juck. But yeah, as you said, they'll be happy to be here, and obviously didn't have any expectations of it, pressure like that on their shoulders. But look, I think we're back on track now. We had a bit of a hectic Game 7 that prolonged some things, but we've got 2 best of 7s that come up, a couple of more quarterfinals of OCE action. Do not go anywhere after this break.
We are at the midway point of our Stylin' Saturday, CJ, and Yummy saw this matchup, his two least favorite teams, and said, you know what? I ain't doing this. I'm out.
We were trying to keep him here. We were clinging onto him, but in the end, he just escaped our grasp. We lost him. We tried, but look, he'll just sit on the sidelines. We'll bench him for a series, and I'm sure we'll get him back for the last one.
I'm sure that's going to be the case, but this series here, like if there's another series that's going to go the distance, my eyes are kind of on this one. Gremlins versus Ground Zero. Gremlins looking for redemption after a very awkward regional number 5. Ground Zero continuing their streaks to top 8, looking again to that top 4.
Yeah, there's no obviously major implications, world's implications for these sides, but it is pride, it is prize money. And I don't know, it's always hard to say, it's like momentum or a confidence booster for next season because obviously it's so long. You don't know if these teams are going to stick together. But if anything, would be a good result for, each of the individuals on the pitch formal and, something to be happy about to take home for the end of the season.
No, I think it definitely could be a case, especially for a team, again, like the Gremlins, who, if you look at the first split, they had 2 top 4 finishes, and since then haven't really been able to recreate sort of those strong performances. Ground Zero, at that same token, maybe, prompt that young gun we were talking about before. We gave him that B grade. This could be a chance to improve it last second, the extra credit, get into that A grade if they can get into that top 4 as well. So a lot of fun storylines and a lot of sort of players to watch out for maybe going into the future.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Ground Zero. I love the addition of Luna coming into this split. Really like it. He's made his 17th unretirement, so it's great to see him back in business. Gremlins, well, I'm pretty disappointed in the Gremlins formal for the fact that they could not make the main event. I think that is ridiculous that they did lose there. I still cannot believe it. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they can, when they're on, they certainly have top 4 potential. So I'm with you. I think this is a very even contest. And looking forward to seeing this one, expecting it to go at least 6 or 7.
Surely, though, if they do get the win over Ground Zero here, like they are then forgiven for missing the main event last regional, right? Like they are cleansed of their mistakes.
No, I think missing the main event. Maybe if it was Europe, you can forgive your K-Corps, perhaps. But in OCE form, missing the main event, I'm not sure what happened there.
Can't even say it was best of 3s as well, because for the second split, they kind of went back to the best of 5s to get rid of some of those RNG results, and they still struggled in that regards. But I think, in my eyes at least, they'll be forgiven if they have made this top 4, because that would also mean that the Gremlins will have made top 4 in half of the regionals for the season, which it sounds kind of surprising to say considering it's been a while since they've been there, but there's a real shot for that.
It's very impressive. Yeah, there's only 6 events this time, so a lot of weight put on more events, more regionals, as you said, or qualifiers, as we now call them. But yeah, I mean, it is impressive. Maybe I will have to rethink it, because 3 top 4s would be huge, and they have a great chance here. You talk about seeding coming out of the Swiss, what matchups you're going to get in that quarterfinal. I mean, this is a fantastic one for the Gremlins and Ground Zero as well. I'm sure they'll be happy with where they're at.
I mean, Ground Zero looking for their first top 4, and you'd have to imagine they are sort of the favorites coming in. Drop who you think, though, is the favorite. You can do that down below, hashtag GZG or hashtag Grem, for your prediction on who comes through. It would be pretty spectacular for both these teams. That last hurrah to get a bit further, and most likely a chance against Power if they do win the set, assuming Power does beat Halal Snack Pack, which is a big assumption, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's probably not the most motivating factor, knowing you might have Power in that semi-final, but it could also, if I'm, putting myself in their shoes, I think what an opportunity if you can get the win today to then take down Power. It'd be pretty cool to send a message to the team that, he's going to be the number 1 seed going into London, going into the World Championships as well. So the Gremlins, Twitch chat, pretty happy with Graham. Any Ground Zero? I thought there was some Ground Zero fans. Is Jar, you not there?
But I said before, CJ, at the start of the day, like, Gremlins, they have a fan base. They have a very dedicated fan base, so not surprised to see them coming out in spades here, see what they can bring. That said, we are jumping onto the pitch for this one. a chance for one last hurrah, one final semi-final performance, if not more. A first time perhaps for Prompt, a return to form for the Gremlins. We are underway.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see what we've got in store. We've had a Game 7 and a Game 4 so far out of the 2 quarterfinals here in the last event of the year. And here we go. Ground zero, 8 seconds in. Where did the defense go? The bump came through. Cobbo threw himself. And Caleb getting caught out third man.
Not the hot start I'm sure the Gremlins were looking for, but Ground Zero will take that. And not the most surprising thing to see Ground Zero coming out hot. They have been the hotter team throughout the past few events, the past few qualifiers, as they're now called. And we'll see if, the Gremlins can respond. When they do find success, I feel like Caleb had a really hot start of the season. I'm kind of looking at him to be a catalyst if we're going to see this orange side get some points off cross.
Yeah, Cobbo as well. Always on the grind, improving. Vort with his F- rank. He'll be looking to improve that. Won't be happy with the player grades we did in the pre-show, but to start off with, look at Ground Zero there. Oh, I was going to say on fire. This is still going to be open. How slow was the rotation coming back? I thought surely after that missed shot, but Ground Zero get 2.
Yeah, Lunar, I think, no boost, was still about, a third of the way back up the field, had time to turn around and was still the first one to the ball. So slightly inexcusable for the Gremlin defense right there. Lunar, though, a heads-up play, I suppose, had a fair bit of time to get there, but get there they did.
Yeah, it looked like Vort sort of thought perhaps, Caleb in there might have had it, but yeah, a little bit of an interesting play there coming through. Ground Zero, perfect start for them. Looking strong and perhaps putting a little bit of doubt in our potential Game 6, Game 7 series. Because look at this from Prompt. Look at the catch onto the air dribble straight away. 3 goals. This is looking more one-sided than the last series.
Yeah, that was a very slick goal from Prompt. And if you remember yesterday, Prompt was the one kind of putting up the highlights as well. That sick double touch he got just above the net then. This is what I'm saying. A strong performance from Ground Zero, strong performance from Prompt. I'm pushing his grade up to an A.
That could have been another goal, and that probably could have put him up straight away into that A grade. But, I mean, Ground Zero, they'll be very happy with this start. Look at this midfield dominance, and they're downfield. They're grabbing boost. Luna can get 2. He's going to fake it out for Prompt. All he can do is carry it across, but looking so comfortable, winning every 50 possible. Gremlins cannot get this ball out of net.
And again, this is a more aggressive Prompt than what we saw in the past, and I think it's just doing him so many favors. He's such a mechanical kid, as all the up-and-coming kids are. Just great stuff to see, and I think, again, it's the start of his career. I'm hoping we get to see more of him next year as well, because it's only been improvement with each upcoming event, and if he's starting to look like this now, I'm getting serious Hunter vibes as Prompt puts in another.
I mean, this is just completely one-sided. I wasn't expecting it. Another double commit double with the defense is not quite on here. Perhaps the Gremlins aren't quite awake or warmed up. Not sure what they were doing in the warm-up lobby. But Ground Zero, they were certainly keeping the hands warm. They're looking on song.
They are looking very, very hot right now. A couple good goals for both Prompt and Lunar. Still yet to have the pop-off lax in play, but you feel like you're due for always one in a series, if not a game. So pretty comfortable 4-point lead for Ground Zero here, CJ. I'm a bit shocked, actually, as you are, I'm sure, with just how rough this Gremlins defense has been.
Yeah, well, perhaps not as shocked as you are. I know you are a firm believer in this lineup, but yeah, I mean, this is not, perhaps we're getting a glimpse of what did happen in that fateful qualifier that they were unable to climb their way out of. So far, not really finding the defense, but as you said, Ground Zero, so much potential. Love seeing the youth come through, plus Luna. He's still pretty young as well. Great start, though, for Ground Zero.
I kind of have to agree with what Yummy's saying right now. Remind everybody, it is Cabo's birthday, so he's going to get one birthday goal to his name. The Gremlins finally get one on the board.
Yeah, first goal, it's really nice from Caleb. He had no boost and he just caught them out with a change of pace, slung it off the backboard. No one defending it. And do get a goal back. It's interesting, when it's 4-0, you think, boy, this is completely over. You get one back and suddenly, well, it's only 3 goals. Perhaps they can get something going. Look at Laxon, though. He's got a free double, but he misses.
Puts it well wide. Prompt goes for a fake as well, setting up Lunar. Is going to try to drive it straight on realistically for ground zero, they only need to maintain possession. No need to do anything crazy here. They've got that 3-goal cushion. Lunar fakes out Caleb right out of his shoes, and Prompt kind of puts this game away.
Give that guy a map. Where is he going? Where's he going? Luna hasn't hit the ball. He's gone for the bump on Cobo as well for good measure. Prompt gets the easiest goal of his life.
And I think that's going to do it for game one here. I know there's still over 100 seconds remaining, but I mean, ground zero really looking that cut above in this first game. It's hard not to when the Gremlins defense has just been non-existent. The attack should have been on, but Cabo posts it.
Tell you what, we can see Cobo as well. What car is he in? I need to have a quick look.
Actually, wait.
What's he got? Is he in the Mustang?
Is that a Mustang?
Oh, yeah, he's rocking the Mustang. So he's having some fun. I haven't seen him in that car at all.
It has like the Formula 2 spoiler on that thing as Proto's being put on. Doesn't look.
Oh, it's the Mach-E.
Yeah, I was about to say that's
Well,
not
it's
a
the
Mustang.
No, it is the Mustang Mach-E. That's yeah. It's just a different variation. But yeah, interesting to see. Not often Cobo pulling that one out, but yeah, perhaps they know that. Well, as we said, they're not playing for the major spots, just for pride and a nice little chunk of prize money.
And I do wonder. I mean, I think odds are probably slim. But do we see this Gremlins roster stick together in some capacity at the end of this season if they do lose this series out?
I guess it depends who you can get. Everyone's trying to jump up onto those top teams, so there is a chance for any of those players. I'm sure they'd look to move up to one of those top 4 teams, as we did see the big roster shuffle in between splits. But as you said, it is a long time. It's pretty hard to know from here, but what I do know is ground zero. A lot of potential in this lineup, and they've nearly Braziled them in game 1.
Speaking of players who have the potential to move up to top teams, if Prompt continues to perform like this, I'm sure there will be some eyes. Again, exciting young prospect, first season, playing competitively, has been looking stronger and stronger every regional. And I know, yeah, the Gremlins might have struggled last regional. This is still a quarterfinal, and Prompt has taken it over. Yeah,
I'd nearly call the timeout right now if I was the Gremlins, if they even want to call a timeout, or they're just vibing. But what I do know is ground zero, 6 sausage rolls in game number 1. Stat padding, you can see it there. Prompt with 4 to his own as well. That's an enormous score. 849 points and an MVP, and the perfect start for ground zero. Yeah, a couple nice highlights to go to a show reel as well, carrying on that performance from yesterday. Ground zero take a first major step into getting to their first top 4 of this split. It'll be very nice for the squad, and no timeouts were taken, so the Gremlins, again, just a bit of a car swap, but outside of that, they're content to keep running it. And again, if I'm the Gremlins right now, my main concern is just tightening up this defense and stop giving away points for free. Yeah, maybe conceding less than 6 goals would be ideal. They only had 11 shots as well. It wasn't like they had 18. We saw that with the Chiefs getting a goal, or I think they had a 2-goal winning game where they scored or had 18 shots. So didn't need 18, only need 11 to score 6 apparently, which probably shows formal that this Gremlins defense needs to tighten up a little bit. I mean, look, at least the Gremlins still look better than what Reaper's side did in that game 4 that we saw before. So they did 5 more goals, and then we'd be properly concerned. But yeah, game 2, definitely going to need a big turnaround from the Gremlins. I mean, we've seen big swings before, and I don't know. I feel like historically the Gremlins are always a team that kind of plays to their opponent's strength, whether they're strong or weaker. Didn't really see that in game 1, but I do think as they settle, hopefully they'll get back on track. That's the optimist in you. That's what I like to hear. We'll see what happens, though. As we said, Prompt's looking very good. 4 goals in game 1. See what Gremlins have in store, though. Reset now, and the time to chat things out and see what they can do with this. Cobo still on the Mustang. Able to get a nice little dunk on that as Caleb, we had a run it forward, no boost for him. Couple of preset swaps for everyone on the pitch, though. Love Prompt's car. Oh, their fakes coming through. Cobo's just floated on it. Would have been a disaster early there for the Gremlins, but it's going to be ground zero with the first offense again. See, game 1, that ball goes in. Game 2, this time Cabo's there for the save. Already improvement. Already they're looking like a completely different team, CJ. You are the most positive person I know. That's what I like. The expectations are an all-time low for you with this team. But Vort, well, as we said, if he
Well,
can
how many expectations do we put on bubble teams?
Stop with this bubble team nonsense. I don't want to hear it. The dunks are coming through, though, and Gremlins do have an attack. They do have an offense. Perhaps a chance here if Vort can keep it in. He's going to try and drop it down. Has Cobo underneath, but they just lacking a bit of polish around that.
Yeah, they're just not able to really put on a dangerous strike. I mean, it's been patient defense from Ground Zero as well. They've been guarding the posts as Cabo wants no part of that, runs away from the ball like it's, you know, there's positive sides on a magnet. Either way, Laxon will be looking to shut down that middle of the pitch. Might have a chance to break it through. It's just a lot of whiffs so far this game, as here's the first shot from Prompt, saved by Vortex on the line.
Oh. I'm with you. A lot of whiffs, and by a long way. Cobo's attempted wall read before was so far off the mark, it was ridiculous. They've got a team bump coming through, a backboard whiff as well from Vort. Ground Zero get there first, and the question mark in chat from you, Jai, is probably welcome.
Yeah, that... There would be a few question mark pings, I think, going down if we were playing a different game. As it stands, yes, Ground Zero taking advantage of the chaotic look of the Gremlin defense right now. It's definitely not one to remember yet. Still, plenty of time in this, and a quick equalizer would be nice for the orange side, but I don't know. Ground Zero's defense looks patient. Their attack has been more than enough to put points on the board right now. Definitely the superior team for the first game and a half.
Yeah, it's a very loosey-goosey sort of defense being played right now by the Gremlins as Luna carries it out. Got to find Laxon. Intercepted by Vort, but he's hit it backwards. Pass out over to Prompt, who wants a quick sidewall double. We'll get a reset and a dunk. And more pressure coming through here for Ground Zero. Luna, what can he do? He's taking it up. And a lovely touch this time, followed up by a whiff from Caleb, but somewhat better here from the Gremlins. They're still having to defend. It's a beautiful wall pass. It's going to be another open net. It is another open net. Ground Zero 2-0.
I feel like every time I'm looking at the pitch right now, Caleb is either in the midfield or on the attacking half with no boost. So he's never really been able to rotate back in time. So it's kind of left Cabo and Vortex in some of these awkward positions where they're unable to corral it. Like, even when the Gremlins get on the attack, they've just had nothing in the tank for them.
I don't know what they're trying to play at the moment, but the pre-jumps aren't working. They've gone completely away from a normal sort of structure. And you can see right now the quality of Ground Zero is shining through. Perhaps we were silly to think this might go the distance, but look at Luna here. He might get a fake. He is going to get a fake. Prom's so far away. Still will be able to throw it on the backboard. And then you see it again. There's no backboard defense, and it is almost wide open once again. Just simple things for the Gremlins, like making sure there is someone on the backboard. They had two waiting in net. They're missing the wall reads. They're making it difficult for themselves, which isn't going to help when your mechanics aren't quite on.
But, like, the thing that I think is a little bit frustrating, perhaps, for, like, any Gremlins fans out there is Ground Zero's making mistakes as well. They're not playing the cleanest game either, but the big difference has been Ground Zero has been willing to punish the whiffs from the Gremlins, whereas I'll see Lunar whiff the ball in front of the net right there, and no sense of urgency from the Gremlins to kind of take that possession back whenever gifts are being given. It's Cabo's birthday. You're allowed to take gifts, Cabo.
I think the difference is, though, Ground Zero, even if they are making mechanical mistakes, they're still setting up. They know they've got someone on the backboard. They're covering in the infield, and their structure is holding firm, even if they are on the occasion missing. Whereas Gremlins have zero structure right now, from what I can see. And when you do make a mistake, it means there's some wide open nets. This could be one back. The bar is not going to be your best friend in that situation. Another 50. Cobo's looking for it. Laxon is just bulldozing him out of the net.
Yeah, big bumps, big pressure coming from, well, at the moment, it was briefly for the Gremlin side. Now it's Ground Zero again. Demos in the net, whips from Vortex. Cabo will push it to the side. 22 seconds remaining. Not really enough time for the Gremlins unless they just strike on their next touch. Lunar to Laxon will play keep away. That's going to be a 2-0 series late for Ground Zero.
Yeah, this has been extremely dominant. Make it 3 goals to the good of Ground Zero. And I cannot see a world where, now I might be trying to cast a curses to make it a series, but I cannot see a world where Gremlins get back into this. They've just completely lost their structure. I'm not sure if it's just because it's the final event, but they're certainly, well, they look like they're having fun. I'll give them that. They might get one back with a nice little goal on the kickoff. In fact, they will. But yeah, certainly enjoying themselves. Ground Zero look like they're a little bit more here to play.
Is this a proper musty? I mean, they were going for it, but it kind of hit the butt of the car right there. Didn't really connect. Still enough to get the goal. Fair enough. Vortex gets on the board, so that's going to be a nice feather in their cap. But yeah, going to need to see a little bit more than that. Another kickoff chance. Caleb, though, won't get it in.
Maybe a little pinch middle if they can find it. Laxon kicks it out to Luna. This ball will stay alive momentarily. Caleb can't reach that one, though. Ground Zero, 2-0. Couple of games away from a sweep, which is looking like where this one's heading. It's been extremely one-sided. Prompt perhaps wants to join the Mustang party and Gremlins, and they'll take the timeout.
Yeah, this is a very needed timeout. I almost would have been okay if the Gremlins had taken it after that first game, but yeah, no real improvement from games 1 to games 2 for this Gremlin side. They'll take the timeout. They'll hope to refine that structure that they left back on Friday. Which leaves me surprised because, again, even if you go back to like the first 3, qualifying events back during Split 1, the Gremlins always got to the quarterfinals and the semifinals, but it was always with 3-2s. This was actually their best performing Swiss. And then they come out today with a very shaky looking quarterfinal. The team just doesn't have that consistency.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at their teams they're playing. It's not like they had to run into a Ground Zero. They never run into a Chiefs, a Pioneers, or a Power. So they did beat Reaper's Scythe, but did that form back up in the previous match? I'm not too sure. So no, they did well to beat the teams around them. I'm with you, but I feel like they've had some tougher Swifts runs as well.
I mean, they beat HSP, so I think that's worth something. The Gremlins should be on paper right now. Like this is kind of that fight for the 5th best team, and I would hope the Gremlins would show that they are like number 6 at minimum on the power rankings if those existed. Hasn't really seemed to be the case so far. Obviously, you can still turn around, timeout buffs are a thing, and you can start to bring this series back. I just want to see structure. I want to see less unforced errors realistically from both these teams, more so on the Gremlins, and just see them play to the strengths that they know they can. Like let's see them play Gremlins Rocket League.
When did they beat HSP?
It's round 4.
Did they?
Looking at it.
Are you sure?
Where's that Ground Zero? Oh, that was Ground Zero.
Yeah.
Oh, that was Ground Zero.
Yeah, see, you're trying to give these Gremlins credit. They beat Gaming Gamers to qualify. They beat Reapers, Gingy, and Gaming Gamers. So it wasn't...
HSP, Gaming Gamers, they're similar teams, right?
No, they're completely... could not be further on the spectrum of ability at the moment in this region. But as I said, they had a pretty cushy run, and now they've got to play a quality side in Ground Zero. Off the timeout, though, we'll see what Gremlins have in store if they were just calling it to a little bit of chat and see what they can do and if it can change things. So far, it is Ground Zero winning the pressure and just a lot of speed coming through. You can see Prompt flying in there. Laxon as well. He's inbound. Where's Luna? He probably wants it. And he's just completely with the ball.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It has been unforced errors on both sides of the ball. Now the Vortex is finally in a good position to possibly punish it as the ball will get centered down to Laxon. Will catch. Lunar wants the pass. Cabo a bit more speed. Nobody really has boost except for Vortex, who gets a challenge. And the pace in this game already a lot faster than our first 2.
Great catch from Luna as well. Still think the mechanics right now is holding... Oh, stop it, Luna! Had no... To one, he could have just popped it up, but he had no right to be able to skim this, and he somehow hits it 102 kilometers an hour from his standing start right in front of the net.
Okay, and this is why I always like to reject the notion that Lunar doesn't have the mechanics, or is like, he's got the mechanics.
He's
CJ.
top 500. Top 500 mech OCE.
Yeah, there you go. I'd push him up to top 450 after that.
Don't be too kind on him. He will get ahead of himself. He's not just a 6-man's admin, though. He's proven it there. That was a beautiful touch. This little shot coming through. Very unique goal as well. Just finding himself having to improvise a little bit. He does make a fantastic touch again here. Laxton's going to go for the pinch. They're pulling out all the party tricks now. Ground zero, the confidence off that first goal, but I have to do a little bit of defending. Prompt. Oh, he's, again, your man Formal looking like the quickest player on the pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he has been so far in this series the biggest thorn in the Gremlins' side. Prompt has been a little monster out there and is looking to do it again. Prompt versus Cabo was looking for the, looked like the bump after just another dribble down, not enough to put it through. Lunar into the corner, no backup is there, so it's a free pass to Caleb, and the Gremlins are on the attack.
Pushing forward again, but still yet to really look like they're going to keep a game somewhat close. Prompt, no boost, gets a pop, and well, he's popped to the moon as well. Cobo, here we go, a little bit of space, but again, you still got quick, ground zero up, looking for those dunks. Prompt yet to find any boost. This is the best chance if they can get something to work here. Caleb looking for the dunk. Laxton can turn, and there it is, just a clean beat. That's been the difference. He gets a reset as well, nearly goes the entire length of the pitch.
Good touch from Vortex right there. A lot of power behind that. Unfortunately, yes, Cabo could get to the blue side of the field, but got there with no boost, so no one to challenge Lunar. Gremlins can't take advantage of maybe some field position they earned for themselves. Compare that to Ground Zero, who are forward with boost, but will lose the challenge. Cabo now with a chance backboard. Caleb's hunting. Lunar plays keep away.
And look how quickly they're on the counter attack. Vort has to make a save, does so. Won't be able to recover, so the double comes through. And, well, it's just going to be Lunar because the bumps have come through. What has he got? The pass play was terrible, however, for the Gremlins, and they've just given up the offense.
Yeah, it's just not been on. The difference between these two teams on the attack has been so striking. At Ground Zero, it really feels like they're more decisive when they want to attack. The offensive rotations far more consistent, and the boost management, not something I typically focus on as much because teams, you have that level of expectation that be able to manage it, but there just hasn't been any boost whenever the Gremlins are on the blue side of the field. Compare that to Ground Zero. They've just controlled the middle of the pitch so well.
Yeah, they haven't been as clinical as they'd like. Double commit coming through, a quad commit, if you don't mind. And here's a perfect example. Caleb, zero boost, and then he just gets demoed. He's got no speed, and now they've been two. There's only one back. Vort's jump back, post free. If they can find the angle, redirect on net, double save comes through. They are able to keep it out and work it out down the other end. That's a nice touch. Pop up, Prompt. Again, he's had zero boost for so long. There's a nice pass. Double commit coming through for Ground Zero. Best attack of the series for the Gremlins. Will they get any reward? Can they keep it in? Sometimes it feels like it's not possible for them as that's popped over. It's wide open. There's nobody back. 2-0 Ground Zero.
That goal looked very reminiscent of the first game, it feels like. I can't be too critical of the Gremlins for wanting to push up the pitch, but nobody even remotely close to the back half of the field right there. A pretty freebie for Laxton and the GZ side. Less than a minute to go. 2 goals required. CJ, this is grim, to put it mildly, for the Gremlins. But fantastic. Hey, if you're Ground Zero, you are going to be 1 game away from your first semifinal as this roster.
Yeah, first ever best of 7 sweep, definitely, for this lineup as well. Well, I guess first win in a quarterfinal, you say that, first semi.
Yeah.
So a huge result it will be, but I wouldn't say they're versing the peak form of the Gremlins. I know you're a firm believer in this lineup, but definitely feels like they've got nothing to play for. It's kind of how they're playing at the moment. Actually having a bit of fun with it, but just watching their structure, the way they're setting up, it's, as I said, it's very loose and very carefree with the amount of open nets we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, still, if Ground Zero do want that sweep, they are going to have to take the next game as well. We'll have at least one more of this one before, you know, the big comeback might happen. As it stands, it's going to be another shutout for Ground Zero. Ball will hit the ground, and they are 1 game away for a trip to their first semifinal.
Timeout buff could not come through there for the Gremlins. They tried, well, they tried all they could to give themselves a win using the timeout buff. Could have come through. 9 shots to 2. And a nice clean sheet there for Ground Zero. Looking really sharp and just quick. Loving what I'm seeing from Prompt. He needs to work on his boost management a little bit. He seems like he's always got 0, but he is zooming around that pitch.
Again, I'm loving this Prompt so much more than the Prompt that we saw in the earlier qualifying events, because before it really did feel like this Ground Zero team almost played a bit more around Laxton, where Laxton was that forward player and trying to force the plays. And they had mixed success off that, obviously consistent top 8s, and that's fantastic stuff. But Prompt just looks so much more comfortable now that they've been able to play forward and not necessarily always in that third man role. And I think Lunar is a big reason why Prompt has been able to play a bit further, because Lunar can be that strong defender. It kind of enables Prompt to be a bit more of a forward playing threat, and it's only done wonders for the kid.
Yeah, it's been, I guess, every series, every win that they get is going to be a big confidence booster for this young lineup. So I'm sure that Jai's watching on with a smile on his face how they're going, albeit, as we said, there's no major spot on the line anymore for these guys. But a top 4, that's pretty good on your record, on the career. And, well, the rest, they might be able to do some damage. We've seen it before. We've seen them being able to upset a team power in the Swiss stage first event of the split. But they've got one more game to get in there to the big dance, to the top 4 championship Sunday. They need to get the job done here against the Gremlins.
If Ground Zero do win and get themselves through, would that make Prompt the only rookie player to get into the top 4 this season for OCE?
Yeah, without thinking too much into it, he must be. Is Luna.
Yeah.
Same old story, and yeah, maybe we are going to see that timeline of Prompt being the new kid on the block.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Again, I'd have to go back and look at the first couple ones. But again, the Gremlins were kind of the surprise team hitting the top 4 back then, and there's no rookies on that lineup. So I'm pretty confident when I say it would be Prompt, the only rookie to get a top 4, should Ground Zero win any of the next 4 games. 1 point from Lunar already has them on their way, and it's looking better and better for Ground Zero as Lunar has a chance for another. It doesn't get the dunk on Caleb.
Well, Prompt might have his hands wrapped around the Rookie of the Year trophy if he keeps this up, these sort of performances. And well, it's looking pretty good so far. Only 40 seconds into this potential final game. Ground Zero striking first once again. And Gremlins only able to score 1 goal so far for this series. Look at this. This is so nice. It's down to Prompt. He's going to get a pop over the top as well. There's no follow-up. Caleb very awkward. Luna just flies in and gets a double. And lacking a little bit of boost, Ground Zero, but look at him go. So confident to push forward. There's Prompt. Look how quick he is, the kid. Almost getting another.
Almost able to find that. And yeah, I did do a quick peek. Prompt did get top 4, Regional 2. That was, again, with a different lineup, though. So it would still be the first top 4 for this lineup. But yeah, Prompt 2 top 4s in the rookie season. Only rookie from OCE to be able to do that would be pretty spectacular. And now on the attack as well. Prompt just bullying Vortex, sets up Lunar. It's a 2-0 lead.
Massive there for Luna. He gets his 2nd goal as well of this game. And as I said, I've been really impressed with his acquisition, or his addition, should I say, to the lineup this split. Adding a bit of experience. Not sure where that guy Baz left, but clearly this lineup is the one for Ground Zero. You have to wonder if they had this team in the first split, what that experience could have done, as they seem to have gotten better and better as the split went on.
Yeah, they really have. And I mean, Lunar in particular got more and more comfortable with this team. Prompt got more and more comfortable with this team. Will be interesting to see how they go in theory against Power, should Power win that matchup. Granted, if they wind up against HSP, they've beaten HSP once before, and then you could be looking at a possible Ground Zero finals, which could be fun. Prompt with the reset! Kid does it again, 3-0 lead.
Look how smooth this was from Prompt. He just took no time at all. Got it around 1. The reset, so quick over Vort. He's just 1v3'd them off the sidewall, if you don't mind. And that's why we talk about him. That's why we pump him up as the future of this region. And that is exciting to see if you're a fan of OCE.
Yeah, fan of OCE. If you're a fan of OCE, you should be a fan of Ground Zero, one of the stronger, more grassroots orgs that, you know, show up and do well at every event. And now, like, just more points being added to it. Laxon finds the 4th as game number 4 getting away from the Gremlins.
Yeah, it is all over Red Rover, and tell you what, I think I said this is either going 6 or 7. I couldn't, well, you'd have to favour Ground Zero, but Gremlins, you think that they're going to be up to the task. This is kind of where they're at, sort of 5 to 8 in the region, but they've been completely outclassed here. And as we said, perhaps this is just the future. And they are half a game away on a one-way ticket to that Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and again, it would be their first Championship Sunday since the 2nd regional, although, again, it'll be Lunar's first Championship Sunday in a very long time. But think back to last time we've seen Lunar there, but We know Lunar's been there before, so the team definitely does have that experience. The matchup against Power would be expected would be tough, but imagine how many friends they could possibly make if they take Power down prompt, cheeky, busty 5-0 lead.
Yeah, looks like it'll be Luna's first top 4 since Winter Regional 3. Back on your favourite team, Dumb Luck. So, couple of top 4s. So then Regional 1 and Regional number 3 of the Winter Split. Back 2020.
Laxton was on that team as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. So that's now they're on opposite sides, and well, no. Sorry. Now they're back together and flying right now with a nice little prompt. It's kind of a handy guy to looking around. Who should we pick up? Who do we want to play with? Oh, here's a nice up-and-comer who's able to 1v3 flip reset on your head.
And again, this is why it reminds me so much, like prompt reminds me so much of Hunter as well, because I feel like Hunter came in with like a similar sort of team where you had a couple of veterans initially back on. It was that basketball themed team with Sicky. I'm a little embarrassed because the name's getting lost on me right now, but that squad came through, and yeah, the young kid with the 2 veterans, and they kind of allowed him to try and make plays, and they got that surprise final run. They didn't wind up winning it, and I'm seeing Prompt in a similar position on a so much similar style team, not able to find it with him. Police, that was it, and
the Lake Show.
Just Lake Show, yeah.
No. Yeah, the Lake Show. They were there sort of causing a few upsets amongst the top teams, and it's good to see. I like the mix up, especially being unbiased, being the experienced player, I guess. Playing with young players, not just forming 3 kids, 3 rookies, but having a bit of experience, and that's sort of what Luna is able to bring. And Laxton as well, obviously, with a couple of top 4s under his belt as well. But, I mean, what an absolute shellacking this has been. One of the most dominant series, nearly more dominant than the previous one. I know the final game was about 14 goals, but it still was neck and neck. We saw Reapers score first in a couple of series against Pioneers, but this has just been ground zero, ground zero, ground zero. 10 seconds left. One of the most convincing 4-0 sweeps you've seen. This day has had it all. We've had a Game 7 and then 2 of the most one-sided series in OCE playoffs history. Ground zero with the sweep, and off to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate for those hoping for another series to possibly go deep. Maybe HSP can make some magic against Power a little later on, but Ground Zero fans, they're going to be super happy. Yummy, I know you're super happy as well. The team you predicted won.
Yeah, my internet's fixed as well. Let's go.
Yay.
I'm also very happy to see Prompt being able to step forward. It's something that I expected him to be doing when he entered RLCS, but I remember their coach, I think it's Pascal, talking about, they wanted him to take a step back, learn threes, build up from the ground up. But, when you have somebody that enthusiastic, that mechanical, you kind of want them to be first on the ball. We saw it in this series. He really popped off, and, I guess they'll get 4-0 tomorrow against Power.
Whoa.
Maybe, as we said, we don't know where Power's at. Obviously, Power want to win. You talk to them. They want to complete the perfect season. But, we'll see if Ground Zero, they've got no pressure on them at all. It's not like they're thinking in the back of their mind, imagine if we do beat Power and then this XYZ happens. They've got a free shot at them. If Prom can do that, I think he could have scored that goal on anyone. That was pretty phenomenal. The solo plays that he can produce, Yummy. But, it was very, very, very one-sided.
Well, at least one thing we can all agree on is that formal is always wrong. And on that note, we're going to go to a break and come back with our last series of the day. Do not go anywhere.
And reproduce. Their antennae detect moving water, so the roach keeps its antennae clean. They're small and can fit into cracks and crevices. Roaches have great peripheral vision. Come on. The cockroach doesn't really have a brain per se, but it has instincts and a ferocious desire to survive and reproduce. Their antennae detect food and water, so the roach keeps its antennae clean. They're small and can fit in the cracks of crevices. Roaches have great peripheral vision.
It hasn't been the most super or spectacular of Saturdays. I wouldn't call it stagnant Saturday either. We still had one good series to start things off, but with one more to go, HSP versus Power. We'll see how this one plays off. You're shaking your heads. I thought that
You're
was
just sad that Gremlins lost. Your boys lost. Yeah, it's okay to be sad. And CJ, I thought you never mute yourself, mate.
Hey, I wasn't on camera, so as far as I'm concerned, you guys just weren't
You
picking
were
up the
on
cues.
camera.
You were trying to talk. It was silent to the stream. You ruined everything.
It hasn't happened. The one time I say it hasn't happened this entire season, and then it happens this entire split. Honestly, I'm flat about that. I wasn't even flat about the day that it's been some one-sided games, but I tell you what, I'm flat that I've done that. Anyway, as I was saying, Formal, you know, you're all up and about, and then Gremlins lose, and now you just, you know, it's stagnant Saturday.
I have a proposal for you, Formal. What
think
about you start cheering for HSP?
Yeah!
Yeah!
I like Baz. I like Fades. I think they're each fun players to watch, and Misty's pretty good as well.
Whoa. What about Misty?
All right, Misty may have been, performing well. Might be the B+ player on the team.
What the hell?
But look, this is still
This guy's so
kind of
rude.
ridiculous to think that
Look
they're
at
going to
the
be
stats.
able to beat Power, the team that hasn't dropped a regional yet. In fact, they've only dropped 2 series this entire year when it comes to Oceanic play, and I don't think it's starting now.
Yeah, the stats are pretty good, CJ. 4.5
90%.
goals to 1.5. That is all from this Swiss, of course. So,
Yep.
Power went steamrolling through. And on the other note, HSP had probably the hardest bracket I've ever seen, where they managed to beat Kib Gang and Chiefs, and then they had to verse Power, lost that, lost to Ground Zero. So they versed all of the past top 4 and current top 4 in terms of Ground Zero, and then maybe had a slightly easier Round 5.
Yeah, compare that to how, Formal was pumping up the Gremlins for their Swiss run where they, beat Reapers and Gaming Gamers and GG, and then tried to claim that they beat HSP. He tried to just give them a little cheapie all the way through to try and pump them up a little bit. No, that's an incredible run, HSP, and they finished 8th seed for good reason. Their game diff was terrible because, well, it was only -1 in the end, but they had to play the top 4. So,
Yeah,
good effort.
and they came away with a negative win rate on that. So again, I'm going back to my point. The idea that they might be able to beat this Power team, it feels a bit of a stretch to me. I don't know.
This guy is such a HSP doubter. You had your chance to jump ship onto, what you would call a bubble team that, has got some good results behind them that are in form, took down 2 of the top 4 yesterday, and you're ignoring what is the lifesaver that we're throwing to you?
Well, maybe I'm just bitter because nobody likes my tomato sauce on my HSP, okay? Maybe that's what it is, because no one
don't
knows
cheer
the
for
good
HSP
sauces to
with
put
that.
on.
I cannot believe that. Anyway,
Anyway,
we
I'm
need to
going
get our
Power.
predictions in. You're too busy being flaky. We got Power across the board, which might surprise you guys at home, HSP.
Might be
but
crazy.
I've backed Power the entire way, so I can't switch
Yep.
just because I like HSP. I still think Power win.
It doesn't mean that I don't want one. It just means I'm not going to predict them to win this series, all right? I think Team Power, I said it after the previous qualifier, Yummy. It doesn't matter how they're looking. Obviously, they're looking good at the moment, but it doesn't matter how they're looking. I'm going to keep predicting them because why not? They've got a 90% win rate. They haven't lost a single qualifier. They're the best team we've seen in a very, very long time. And I'm expecting a 4-0. If they drop a game, I'll be disappointed.
I'm not expecting the 4-0. Give me a 4-1 or a 4-2 for this one. Give me chat, yeah.
Look at
81% for the HSP boys.
I'll take those odds if it's HSP taking one game. I'll take the 82%. I think they can take one game. I'm with Yummy on that one. So if we pretend will they win one game in the best of 7? I'll agree with those percentages down there.
Maybe CJ's just tired and he's ready for EU already. I mean, come on, man. You gotta get your head in the game.
Yummy, you
Game
were falling
7 here.
asleep. You were falling asleep in the Pioneer series. You admitted it yourself, and then we had to witness, the Gremlins show up. Oh, gee, that leaves a sour taste in my mouth just thinking about that series. But this is going to be a lot better, I think, Formal.
yeah, I think this one hopefully will be better. I mean, it can't get too much more one-sided, but then again, power is on the field. Let's see how they go. Yummy Cheese Man, take
We've got the complete goat on the fit pitch already. Torsos, guaranteed. I know there was arguments about it earlier. That man right there, the longevity, the international results, and he's joined by two of the best players. They'll tell you that they are the three best players in OCE. But can you get some chips, some sauce, some meat, and take him down?
Well, I'm certainly interested. Maybe not in taking them down, but the first part of that statement is, well, we'll see what they've got here. They're having a bit of fun. Banana Head, well, he's rocking the mullet and the tash. Fever, not a massive fan of it. Look at the fakes coming through already. It would have been the perfect start. Torsos able to keep it in. It's probably the difference with Power compared to other teams, Yummy. They can go for these crazy, throw everyone at it, three-man plays, but they still recover in time to keep the ball in.
Have this early aggression, but when they go too hard, they usually trust that one of their teammates is going to be able to hold the defense as just a solo player, and fair enough with the 1v1 quality of these guys. And Torsos can't do it in the 1v2. Bumped out of the way, and Fades gets first strike.
Yeah, you cursed them, and it was Banana Head. As soon as you missed that shot, well, Big T's going to have to come up huge. He manages to almost get a touch on it, but nice little bump from Misty. Fades gets the first one. HSP, I'm feeling hungry.
I think they are too, and they don't have any pressure on them. Neither does Power, to be fair, but Power put their own pressure on themselves. They want the perfect season. They want to go 6 wins in a row, and they'll be upset, even though they've already qualified for the Major and Worlds.
This could be an opening. Torsos up top. Is it a Banana Head? How's the placement on him? It's pretty good, but Fade's even better in net. Keeping it in, though. Another chance, another fake. Oh, they're dancing around them. Fades has to go. Fades has been huge so far. More touches, more bumps. Power so aggressive, but their shooting's just a little bit off for now.
There's something I do like about their aggression is the fact that they also go for a fair few fakes. Whether they're all intentional or not, they go for a lot of them, and it makes it really hard to defend when you're feeling like you need to rush at every single ball.
Yeah, they're certainly not just lucky. Oh, hang on, let me rephrase that. It's not luck that they haven't lost a single event so far. As Fever said, they've worked harder than ever. But right now, well, HSP, this cult following, this fan favourite team is stepping up in game 1.
And I think Fades and Baz, well, Fades definitely heard me saying that Misty didn't have the same caliber of teammates. Fades was unhappy, and he's already proven his worth at the very beginning of this game with assist and a goal so far.
Yeah, not just on the attack, though. His defense has been pretty special. A couple of huge saves. Fever trying to work the ball forward. He's got no boost, though. It's Torsos. Yeah, they just launched that one downfield. Not the best clear this time from Fades, but seem to always have someone around here, HSP, underneath the ball, and that's an enormous 50 win, and that is going to be goal number 3 for HSP.
Love seeing the 50 game. Baz fakes out the flip reset, uses it to get a better 50, and he's absolutely monstered that. It's very rare to 50 someone straight towards their net.
Yeah, not the best 50 on the other end of things, but HSP, what a start against the number 1 team. This could be something, and you know, we do mention it, we've seen Power sort of do this before. We think they're going to run away with perhaps the perfect split. They didn't do it. Well, they've got the perfect split. Now they're trying to go for the perfect season, and wouldn't it be something if HSP create the upset?
It would be probably a feat that never gets beaten afterwards. If they don't get it right now, this is the chance for Power to do it. I feel like people catch up. I feel like this off-season's going to be quite scrambled. And Power seeing the first game slip away, like they've done quite a few times in this second split. Had some weaker starts. Just haven't been beaten across a series just yet.
They've always kind of just got someone around in the midfield, floating, hovering HSP. To just get a touch in, and it's not really making it comfortable here for Team Power. They will get an opening with a free double, but yeah, their shooting's just a little bit off right now. There was a double from Tors, and he's put it on the backboard twice in a row. Banana Head with a follow-up, and now they're throwing everything forward and really getting punished the other way.
You've experienced this before. What's leading to all these kind of close misses from Power?
Well, I think they're overthinking it. You know, when you try and force it, when a few don't go your way, you really try and make sure of it. There's the first, though, finally. Still enough time left, but perhaps that'll be the floodgates opening.
Well, you can't miss this one, just staying behind the ball after faking that he'd go high. Misty left in all sorts. So a slight chance here for Power to bring themselves back in.
Still time. The kickoff strats are known for Power, I was going to say, but they've been pulled off in the other direction there for HSP with the fake. They're going to win pressure as well. Baz up straight away. Banana Head. Nice win. Goes low on the 50. Instant challenge. Fever, if he can get one more, it could be trouble here for HSP. Baz goes as well. Torsos going to wait for Banana Head's touch. Able to come in now, but he's got no boost. Couldn't quite find any of his own. Could be the end of the offense. Or Fever still downfield. If you got the redirect, could have been game on.
Seen that one earlier from Luna. Fever, not quite as mechanical as that 450th. Most mechanical, but Torsos manages to find it. He's always in the action, and he's hit a crossbar a couple of times. Not this time.
What a fake from Banana Head. Great comms from Team Power, and well, this is where you start to think about it in the back of your mind. If you are HSP, this could start to get a little bit worrying, especially if you give up a kickoff goal. Fever, can he pinch it middle? It's gone across. Torsos with boost still. Demos, it's got to be open if you won the 50, but he couldn't quite do it. 25 seconds. Power, you can tell they're starting to step up. They're starting to throw everything at this.
And I worry for HSP if they manage to let this one slip. That's got to be devastating, and Baz could have sunk it in right there as 10 seconds remains on the clock. Looks like HSP want to just keep this in the Power half, but they're not going to get the chance. A miss from Banana Head, who was trying to take the shot.
Yeah, just those little moments shows that they're not quite on so far. Torsos up. Baz should be able to clear this. Yeah, he's going to drop it straight down. He's missed the touch. Banana Head can keep it up. Fever will as well. Torsos, though, won't be able to get near that one. HSP strike first.
They managed to hold on just at the very end after a late comeback from Power. 2 goals in a row from them, and maybe a little chance for Power at the end. But in the end, we saw a great performance coming out from Baz here in game number 1. Exactly the man that we've kind of been calling out for a lot of this split, so good to see him step up.
All they need is them to do it 3 more times. Yeah, I mean, it's that easy.
Yeah, and also you said they were going to get 4-0'd, so...
I am wrong on that front. I'll put my hand up and say that I wasn't expecting it, but at the same time, you saw Power warm up at the end of that game. They still finished with 11 shots to 8. There's a lot of positives to take out of that for Team Power. They finished strong, more pressure, more offense, and yeah.
Yeah, we've maybe seen Power have too many slow starts so far. I mean, their split entirely was a slow start in the Swiss stage where they had to go through to round 5 and then haven't dropped the ball since then. But you still think about it in the back of your mind. Do Power need more warm-ups? Is it the just striking accuracy that cost them? We know it did in that game because they could have had 2, maybe even 3 more goals if they just didn't hit the crossbar. But we still see Power 1-0 down, needing 4 in a row. Well, not needing 4, I should say. HSP need 3 more, as you said. We head to game 2.
Well, it does go to show, you know, you look at, I guess, people asking what the gap is in OCE, what the skill gap is between, you know, your Team Powers and the rest. And I can confirm that a not warmed up Team Power can lose and will lose to these sort of, you know, 4 or 5 teams. So it's not as probably as big of a gap as we might think.
Yeah, they've had some bad performances, especially in that first event of this split in the semi-finals, quarterfinals, but still been good enough to win despite that. And they've looked a lot more clean from the start in terms of their rotations outside of that first overcommit goal where they left Torsos by himself. But, you know, we were very critical of them in the last event where they were just sending everybody forward. It looked like they were never behind the ball, and it was costing them a lot despite their win.
Yeah, I think we have to be pretty, you know, hard on them because we have high expectations. You know, even the team will say themselves that their sort of focus is on International Rocket League. It's not just here in OCE. They're looking further. It's not just about qualifying for the major, which has, admittedly been the goal for a lot of teams for years now in OCE. I mean, the goal is sort of make the major and then it's party time. We've seen it a couple of times with a few teams, perhaps not taking it, well, obviously taking it seriously, but not putting as much effort as they could. Well, HSP, I don't know if there's some wild card spot they can get for the major in London. Well, they're trying to claim it.
They've kept the chaos alive in front of the net, and Misty will capitalise on it. But as you said, the goal is to get to the major. That's where all the nerves are. And then you hear the players say, well, man, I was more nervous for the match that would qualify us for the LAN, because that is top priority. I think we're fortunate right now that Power have been so dominant that they can focus on the international. I look forward to what should be a really long boot camp, especially for Worlds.
And look at this as well. Just a little goal out of nothing. You don't really see that from any other team, but Team Power, so creative, low boost, able to still find it back to Fevo, who's on the post. Tapping goal for Team Power. They get the equaliser. It certainly is a different feel to the first game where it got away from them. They're able to really put their foot down, and there you see Banana Head just sliding at left-hand side. So clever. He floated. He pretended like he was going to do anything with it. In the end, he just fires it top left.
Might be HSP, but that was an absolute zinger. Top left, as fast as you want. The defense was there, but they couldn't get to it.
Yeah, certainly a whopper sort of a finish there for that man Banana Head. And now you're thinking it might be full steam ahead here for Team Power. Nice pass across. It's got a little bit too much on it. Banana Head, all he can do is put it central. Double commit coming out for HSP, but might work out in the end. Baz can have a free shot. Misty with the dunk off the post. Almost the equaliser for HSP.
That's some of the fortune that can turn the tides for you. Get you back into even keel, but for now the shot was so fast. The counter-attack straight down from Power, only just getting to it in time was HSP as they look for the challenges in the midfield, look for a little bit of control. It is passed away as Baz gets that to the back corner. Will there be a follow-up from Power? No, they back off.
You can see just how quick you've got to be in transition. The pre-jump had to come through off the pass for Torse. HSP were awake for that one. Nice little bump from Fever. He's going to leave it. Banana Head goes low. Banana Head gets the bar down. Torsos is going to float. Won't be able to get the follow-up, and Fever perhaps looking for a shot there. It's a touch high, but Power, you see, they're looking a little bit more comfortable. They're not able to chase a 3-goal deficit here in Game 2, and look like one more could secure this one.
And I'm not going to hold that crossbar against Banana Head this time. Though this could be a goal. Yeah, it is. It is going to be costly. It looks like he needed to go underneath that. They end up having Fades getting the 50 out. Baz was playing so incredibly close. So was Torsos. Bumped to open it up. And, HSP have been really enjoying playing an almost Power play style with how close to the net they're all playing.
Yeah, great bump from Baz. Maybe he heard me, not insult him, but talk about how good that pickup for Luna was on ground zero and what was Baz doing. Here he is, stepping up right now, and let's see what Banana Head can do. Looks for a bump. Double commit comes through. Fades' defense has been really good. He might get up a 50. They've absolutely nailed the post here, Power, but transition going the way of HSP once again.
HSP and Fades in particular has had a good series so far. But still need one more goal as Misty gets the 50, almost the follow-up. Baz looking over for Fades. He's going to just take it himself as the counter-attack begins for Banana Head. Fades keeping it away from him. A demo from Fever is going to take out the pass. But look at Fades with 0 boost. Oh, Baz respawns in time.
Yeah, it was nearly trouble, wasn't it? You just see second man crept up a little bit. Bumps come through Banana Head. Here's the Team Power aggression. They are out once again. They're not really getting that finishing touch. It's fantastic from Fever to find. I'll almost find Banana Head. Lucky Torsos is there. The Team Power way. If it goes over the top, there's probably someone else ready as well. It's Misty. Tries to run it downfield. Being demoed by Torsos on the way back. Pre-jump Banana Head. He's looking like beast mode in the NA regional with some first man pre-jump plays. But HSP just... I love the way they're just keeping the pace up to Power. They're not really getting, feel like they have to stop and set up again. They're happy to just keep pushing forward, and play at the same speed.
Yeah, they're keeping the pace up. They're putting the ball high into areas that are forcing the last of the boost out of the power defense. And at one point in time, maybe you win a 50, you can capitalize on that. They need to make sure this does touch the ground. And we have overtime game 2.
Yeah, much better. I love this. They're certainly taking it right up to HSP. If you had a blind test, you didn't know who was on either side, you'd say it's a very even matchup. And every player looking pretty quality. But that's a fantastic pass. The shot almost coming through. They've overcommitted. If Fades can hook this around on net, Misty's going to jump. It's just Torsos. He gets fake, but he delays the second flip. Fantastic goal line save, and they've overcommitted.
Oh,
and
no.
the worst possible 50. Banana Head in OT.
That hurts if you're HSP. Banana Head just edges out Baz. And that's what happens when you overcommit ever so slightly against Power.
Oh, they had that one as well. You thought maybe. I'm going to bring it back for the 2-0, which would have been huge in the series. Misty says luck in chat. I think some people in Twitch chat might agree with that one as well. It was a pretty lucky 50, but I mean, Banana Head was so far above. If it wasn't a 50, I mean, he was going to just put that in net anyway.
Yeah.
So, Team Power doing well, but really impressed with HSP.
I've been very happy with how they've been playing as a team, with Baz stepping up too to be part of the offense that we haven't seen quite so much from HSP. Very surprised to see them fight fire with fire in terms of pure aggression between these two teams. The other end, you know, what are we missing? I've kind of liked how Fever has been playing with the pace of the ball, but maybe haven't been seeing Banana Head have that MVP level performance like he did last week.
Yeah, I don't know. I think probably not looking as sharp as normal. You know, you saw that game 1 where the finishing just wasn't there at all. They had 11 shots and they just couldn't find the back of the net. That's not really like Team Power, which probably shows to me they're, you know, either not quite as warmed up or switched on. We know they are boot camping, so they're in a foreign play. You know, they haven't been playing at the Team Power offices all split, so they're still getting used to that perhaps. Not quite as sharp as we're used to seeing from Team Power online.
I mean, can we talk about Jimmer though? He's practically sleeping back there. Like he needs to get himself amped up so that the team can be in it.
Yeah, not sure what he's doing. That's not what you want to see from a coach. So, you know, we'll have to be having some stern discussions with him later on. But yeah, Team Power, I think it's not cause for concern. I think they just... I'm not going to call out any individuals like you want me to. I just think, yeah, they're just missing that little bit of polish. They're probably playing at about a B grade if we're doing our player gradings at the moment.
That's fair enough. Usually a B grade from Power is still enough to beat anyone. We'll see if that's true, as they have turned from the last half of the first game into that last game. It's been in their favour so far, especially up against the first team that's really forced them to play a more standard game, to be rushed a little bit in their own half, as Banana Head takes this high, maybe has a pass down to Torsos. That is picture perfect. Take your camera, take a photo, put it on your wall, put it on your mantelpiece.
You could just see how nice he landed on the ceiling. You were waiting for the extra pop to Torsos. It was always coming. Credit to Tors for the finish. You were asking for Banana Head to do a little bit more. No, you're not entertained, Yummy Cheese Man.
I heard the... Wait, what noise do goats make? The bars coming out from Torsos.
They just... Don't they
The
just
bleats.
scream?
Yeah, as he just finds that beautiful shot past some Banana Head. You saw it coming from a mile away, but even as a defender, you kind of don't know what to do, and it's another one within the first minute. Power find dominance.
I mean, just look at the onslaught up front. Torsos and Fever both there. The demo's coming through. Everyone. How often do you see that? All of Team Power closer to the net than anyone on the defense, and so aggressive, paying off for them again. I think they're starting to hit full flight.
Loving to see the passing plays coming out from Power. Something that you always really enjoyed as well, the passing plays in OCE have kind of taken a little bit of a backseat in recent times, but a couple of absolute beauties right here. Maybe another one as that gets put into center, but Torsos doesn't have the boost to be able to turn it into anything much. Fever looking for another pass from Banana Head. As at the moment, look at that, another pass over to the backboard. Fades left awkward, but still manages to get a good touch.
Yeah, they're so quick to shift the ball side to side. It's Team Power. This is going to be another goal right here. Bottom left's open. Fever doesn't miss those. 3-0 to Team Power, and they are, as I said, they're in full flight, and they are sprinting right now to this game win.
You can tell just how hard this was. We had full boost on Baz and Misty. They're still struggling to figure out where the ball is going. It's getting sent left and right with the passes. It got 50'd up the wall there from Torsos, and it just sent them scrambling over and over again.
3-0 now. Still a lot of time left, which is a positive here for HSP. Baz trying to get some control. You can just see that HSP, I credited them in the last game how they were still, keeping up the pace, but with these demos, with this boost control, we're just starting to see them hesitate a little bit more, and the gaps are opening up.
It can be a slippery slope, and I feel like a lot of this is on Power. When it comes to the speed game, they've got the most experience doing it. They do it all the time. We may not have seen as much of that out from HSP in RLCS level. And so you got to come up with a new game plan now if you're HSP. It doesn't seem like the speed will work anymore.
Yeah, just imagine if you got that on
Dreaming of
target.
it?
I'm dreaming
What's in
of
the
it.
montages? We're on the EU stream again?
We might be able to
goodness.
edit that one to be a goal. Don't tell anyone if that it's been edited in post, but that could have been something special. Still 3 goals though, and Fever might be able to get a nice angle. How on earth is he reading this? Almost on target.
From his POV, he looked so comfortable getting it. I was surprised almost that he didn't get an insane angle like that. And Banana Head still lurking in
So
that corner,
quick.
almost finds it. Why is he even there?
He's so quick. No one would have hit that, but he just throws himself out of Fades. Has been caught out. He's having to lean back. Banana Head is just airborne right now, zooming around the pitch. And they got Fever just about down the hatches, keep everyone under lock and key.
Banana Head can't quite catch up. Too powerful on the first touch, and not going to matter too much at this point in time. Happy to just get the ball to the other end. Pass back in the air. Oh, why'd you ruin that one, Torsos?
I love they're still going for those though, HSP. That would have been ridiculous. Torsos, the GOAT. Can't quite get that one to work, but we'll find Banana Head who just throws it on field. Pre-jump comes through. Misty's up in time. Well, a nice read again from Misty. He's been S tier. He's been A+ or A-. I'm not sure what we gave him in the end. And it's not going to work out for this game number 2, though. This has been pretty locked in for Team Power.
We unfortunately had to give Misty an A-, and maybe it'll be unfortunate that he stays there just because the way that Power are playing so well, he's had no chance really to get into this game the same way he was in the last one. He hasn't been as fruitful as he has been all split long. Love to see them get one on the board though in this game, give themselves a little bit of confidence, maybe get that pace up, and this is the chance right now. Misty, why? Maybe he's a B+.
Oh, I'll give him the benefit. He was kind of waiting for his teammate to miss, and then he didn't really set himself up either. Well, I think I did say game number 2, by the way. I meant game number 3. Interested to see if there is a timeout off this. Power obviously lock it in. This game number 3. Gee, I think that was on target. Fever is finding angles. He is getting better and better. Super scary for HSP. You might be able to just squeeze one late. No, Banana Head. Got to put that one on the ground. 2-1 to Team Power. We'll have to wait and see if there is a timeout called.
Fever's always so scary when he's in this mode where he's controlling his own pace, but he's playing the angles like he did in 2 of these. It turns HSP into this position where they're always like, okay, Fever might be about to score. Every single touch Fever is getting is looking threatening, and then they obviously have to overcommit almost for that, and it leaves more gaps for the likes of Torsos, who's top scored this game, or Banana Head, who we know has a slurry of goals this split.
Yeah, they just shape up really nice, Power. They're pleasing to watch when, because there's just so much chaos, but I think that their player tendencies get them out of trouble, as you said. Fever trending to be a little bit more defensive, and that kind of works out when you watch Banana Head. I mean, I'm not sure if he hit the brake pedal once. He was absolutely zooming that game, but don't think we had a timeout. I think someone might have just ducked out for a second. But it could be...
Maybe just changing their car. But somebody check maybe Banana Head's speed stats if you've got ball chasing up at the moment. And I will point out, since we've got a little extra weight, because you like talking about this, Baz didn't hit the 100 points in that last game.
No. Oh, that's not great then. It's not what we want to see. I think I might be. I want to pull up, since I'm here. I'll pull up the stats. Actually, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you the speed. Let's have a quick look at this. You just talk as usual.
Thank you, CJ. I've always appreciated your ability to let me talk. But we head into game number 4, and we find out HSP, whether they got the stuff, whether Misty is truly that A- player that we always thought he could be. Unfortunately, Power have leveled up, and he may even need an S-class performance today, as Banana Head is keeping the pressure on in that front corner right now. Misty, you can't get it past Torsos. Banana Head's going to flip out, give space to Fever, who hits it low. Follow up by Banana Head. And the first goal, once again for Power. They just continue where they left off, CJ.
Yeah, he's pretty quick. Honestly, I can't. I'm trying to find stats. I'm not sure where they've gone. Like, I'm looking at them, I can't read them. All I know is that from the graphs, Torsos and Banana Head are a mile quicker than the other 4 players on the pitch. They're spending 30% of the game at supersonic speed. So that seems pretty crazy to me.
Chat, you guys have been turned into emote-only mode. I can only assume it's because all of you have been so
Naughty.
well behaved that you get a reward. So make sure you spam every single emote you have access to. Well, don't spam, but put your favorite emotes in the chat in support of whatever team you're cheering for right now, as Power just hold off this defense for now.
Yeah, that's shout out to Chat, who clearly, as a bonus for good behaviour. Oh, that's a huge pinch coming through. Is Misty going to read this? Is anyone going to read this? Misty is. We had to grab boost as well. Torsos been beaten. Banana Head straight in there. Not going to get the recovery or the boost to follow up on that one, but still able to help out. And look at this. The 50 is straight on net. Just when you think things couldn't go any worse, they have 2-0 to Team Power.
Well, Misty keeps calling everything luck. I don't think getting absolutely wrecked in a 50 is luck like that. A 2-0 lead for Power. He might be looking for the 4-1.
It's looking pretty rough right here, and I think for the first time, I'll admit, maybe Formal is a genius. He was pretty happy to take the 4-1 as a score. I think you might have said that as well. I went the 4-0. I am very, very silly. What was I thinking? Of course, Team Power are going to have one game to warm up, as they probably didn't warm up before this. Probably filming content for Worlds in the Major. If Fades is right in the post, someone help him out. And yeah, Power just need the one game. They're back in business, and they really look pretty comfortable at the moment.
They're pretty handy at the moment. I'm seeing a lot of power-related electricity as well. Emotes coming out of the chat. CJ, you're a bit of a Twitch expert. What should people be typing? What emote should they be using to support HSP?
The T2 is emote, because they look like cameramen. You know the camera? Because right now all HSP are cameramen for Team Power. So if you're supporting HSP, get your T2s in the chat. Let's see those, because that is basically what we're witnessing right now. Just over 2 minutes left. See if HSP can come back into this one, or it's going to be Team Power to get their 3rd on the board. Fever, look how quick they are to pop that up. I mean, it's just... And Banana Head's up. He's got 0 boost. He might fake both for the double.
It didn't even matter that he had 0 boost. He still looked like he was going to hit it, and it sent to double commit.
Goodness gracious. I mean, it's just the pressure that this lineup, best team that we have seen, can do. And look at the GOAT. Just look at the on-ball rotations. His old teammate Jake would hate what he's doing.
I don't know. Jake got a little bit weird once he became a coach. Everything
That's
was
true.
front post on the ball.
Back post is
I
overrated.
think he'd love it right now.
Yeah, maybe he's
Maybe he's onto
Maybe
something.
To's watched that video a few times, and that's why he's still at the top. Front post rotations are all you need in today's game. Minute 20 left. HSP yet to find the net, yet to trouble the scorekeeper, and it might be another goal if the bump comes through. It will come through. Banana Head gets the third.
And another play around the corner. Didn't even need the bump. It was just the threat of it there from Fever that kept maybe Baz a bit further behind, or more specifically jumping a little bit early. And a 3-goal lead. They're thinking that Power goes on to match point here.
This is the most active the Twitch chat's been. I think E-mode, only mode might be the way of the future here for OCE. I love it. Like what I'm seeing here. Banana Head, he's going to go for a sideball skim. Would be ridiculous if he hit it. We're now down to the final minute here of the penultimate game, perhaps, of the day.
You got the words for you. Little wordsmith, CJ.
You like penultimate?
Penultimate's a good word. Second last. And yeah, penultimate game. Come on, let's be real.
Yeah. As opposed to the ultimate game, which would be Renegades versus Furia. You like that?
I love that. Unfortunately, Renegades doesn't really exist anymore, so I don't think that's a series we will ever see again, but maybe we see the likes of Torsos versus Furia. Furia, of course, apart from the last series they played, looking fantastic over in South America.
Yeah, and it's just on the Renegades as well. If anyone can find any signs of life, let us know. I'm not sure what's going on that front, but you can see FaZe just getting done. Torsos so smart to save his second flip, just getting the pop off the sidewall, saves the backboard touch. 5 goals coming through, and I like that emote. That it was pretty nutty.
Yeah. I'm trying to think, what should they spam if they think that Power are going to win this? But at the moment, this series is starting to become resident sleeper. We kind of feel like we know how this is going to end up. But, I don't know. I'd at least like to see a goal on the board at this point in time for HSP.
Pretty impressive that Power can play like this. Obviously, after, 3 goals, they had it secured, but to still keep a clean sheet as well, even when it is messy, even when they're going a little bit crazy, they're still able to lock it in. We're seeing one more game span from Misty. Not sure if they are going to call a timeout then off that, but perhaps they realise that Power might just be too good.
It's been an impressive display. This is one of the cleanest series we've actually seen from Power, which is weird to say because of how dominant they have been. But this split, they've always had, kind of some rough around the edges. But they're making it work right now. They're not double committing left, right, and center. They're not overly aggressive at times. It's looking like a good play style.
Yeah, they look really good. And honestly, I'm excited to see this lineup go to London. I think it's really going to help them that they sort of locked it in so early. And, especially Worlds as well. They're going to have a lot more time to be able to get over there. There's not this big off season where they've got to still worry about, qualifying. They've locked it all in. The domestic season's over. And then they can really focus on International Rocket League. So really excited to see how they go. I think it's the right lineup to do it. You can see Jimmer, well, he's got a pretty good gig at the moment, I'd say. Jimmer just reclining, kicking back, getting to watch the boys do their thing.
I also like the fact that Torsos now has qualified for every single London major / RLCS, because the first one was a Worlds. And so he's going back to his home ground, to the Copper Box, for the 3rd time. The first time was his most successful, where they came 5th, 6th. You were there as well at both of them, and I'm assuming you'll be there for the 3rd.
Yeah, I'll try and get there. And I think it's... I'll try and get my little car as well, actually. It's made a couple of appearances. I have to... For some reason, they keep telling me that they have it, but I have to buy a new one every time. Look at Fever, though, with a nice double touch on the backboard in the ultimate game, Yummy. The ultimate game. A beautiful start.
The ultimate game and the ultimate OCE play. I do believe that Fever is OCE's best. There's some arguments there between him and Banana Head, but I feel like right now Fever's split has been a great one, and this event has certainly shown up here with Fever putting on so much pressure, maybe even finding another one. Well, it doesn't really matter, because if he doesn't get, then somebody else will be behind him, ready immediately to take a shot. Almost goes past Fever for the first goal for HSP in a couple of games.
Yeah, I think it's the best part about this team as well. I'd say in the past there's always debates, even for the number one team, the number one seed from OCE. That people are saying, oh, but imagine if that team had this player or that player. But I think with Team Power, there's really no other... we talk about making a super team to beat them or making a super team to be better than Team Power. I think this is just the best team we've got.
Yeah.
And I think that, you can ask who's better individually. Maybe there's other better players individually, but as a team, I think they've just found a really good composition.
I think they've found a great composition, and I would argue that on their day, all three of them are top 3 in OCE at individuals. It's hard to be like that every single day of the week. Never be consistently that good unless you're Zen. And, well, Banana Head puts another one in. He's joining the party in this ultimate game.
He's looking good in the Octane as well, just quietly. I haven't mentioned it. I talked about it yesterday, the little car change from him. Perhaps watching a bit of Daniel and Beast mode over in NA. Certainly not EU. They stray away from that thing like a bad smell. A lot of Fennec mains over there, but Banana Head looking really good. And as we saw a hat-trick in the previous game. The other team, I'm not sure who it was on HSP, told him to stop peaking, so they must think that he's really on form as well.
Well, he did score a hat-trick in the last game. Very much was a team effort. We're starting to see Fever head towards that in this game. He's got his second goal with an assist for the first one too. So, well, it's looking very one-sided, CJ. And also, chat, welcome back. Welcome back, guys.
Welcome back, everyone.
We've missed you. The emotes were fun, but, we'd like to see some discussion as well. Especially about Hughesy carries.
Yeah. I think Hughesy could be the saving grace for this region internationally.
Kind of a shame that obviously every other team have, held him against it. They always beat his team, so he doesn't actually get to go internationally and prove himself. And there's the first goal for HSP in quite a while.
Yeah, it's going to maybe start something, mount a little bit of a comeback. It started with Baz, though, who has... probably along with Fades have been the two shining lights. That's basically saying Misty hasn't been good, so I don't want to say that. But Baz has been really good this series, and start off again with a bit more aggression. Try to get the fake there, Misty, but you can't fake a guy that's seen everything, and he has seen more than any other player in the region. Over to Banana Head, who does a fake down the other end.
Yeah, a little bit of peekage from Banana Head. Flip reset there. You're always thinking he's going to work on it, and he's faked 2 people underneath.
Really nice. You like what I said there about Torsos? You can't fake a guy that's been playing since 2016. I mean, he knows what you're going to do. He's been to every situation and more. Goodness, Fever's getting involved as well. Torsos almost. I love watching this team when they're in full flight.
Yeah, he's done every calculation. He's seen every angle. He's seen every player. And he's seen another own goal, this time from Banana Head.
Yep, he probably went sicky when that happened, but he couldn't quite help out his team as perhaps getting faked out by Baz there was B-Man, B-Head. And back to 2 goals. Could be game on.
It's halfway through. He was part of that Sicky play. Now, I remember talking to him after that, and he said, yeah, well, why did Sicky own goal? But do you think that he should hold some blame for saying, yours, I can't? Before getting dunked into net by Sicky?
I don't think he said yours. I think from memory the comm was no boost, I can't. So Sicky went, all right, I can. And then just put it in the net. So yeah, I think Torso should take some blame. That panic, it feeds off on his teammates, and obviously they're just trying to help him out.
Well, I don't think Banana Head needed to panic in this one. Well, same result. Maybe not quite as important as a 8-minute overtime against the World Championship. For the World Championship.
In the lower bracket.
Yeah, where you lose and you're gone. Whether right now they've already qualified and they're 5 goals up.
A little bit of a different situation, and I mean, how comfortable? What a good feeling this would be. I've never experienced it, just being this early qualified to everything. But must be good to have the pressure off. Torsos trying to get a fake on Baz. Great 50. There he is again. Banana Head I tell you what, he's a laser in the octane. 6 goals for Team Power. And we are 94 seconds away from day number 2. Well, let's say, yeah, day number 2 of Open Qualifier number 6. The last one. Again, it's the last weekend. We hate it. The final Saturday of the season.
Tomorrow's the last day, but the fruitful thing is there is still major slot, world slot on the line. There's still the stakes to go. And we'll see that all come out tomorrow. Minute 20 remaining in this one, CJ. It's obviously just a formality, but we'll see if we can maybe get one more on the board for HSP.
Now let's talk about it more real quick. That adds a lot of intrigue. The best thing about it is obviously there's still Pioneers, even if they win, will still have to beat Power. But that matchup, that first matchup, Pioneers versus Chiefs, is going to be so exciting because for both teams, that's it for them. Even Pioneers are thinking, well, it's a must win. And, win and then, we'll see what we can do in the grand final. So, and then it could be another tiebreaker. Oh, the possibilities tomorrow.
And we got the suggestion in chat. Now, do you think it would be helpful or a hindrance if I took Purple Duck's suggestion to jump in to try and help HSB join their team, make it a 4v3?
Now, look, I refuse to comment. I don't want to get in trouble. But if you wish to do
I know
that,
where you live.
I will find you. Yeah, honestly, get in.
I mean, even if it was a hindrance at this point, I don't think it really matters.
In chat.
One in chat if I should join.
8-2, 33 seconds left. And I tell you what, HSP have done more typing in this game than actually playing. They clearly have conceded that this might not be their series. And it will be the final time. I know.
I don't know if they've conceded that because of the number of times that they've said that Power have won purely on luck. Maybe they think they were the better team.
Perhaps.
And they've just been really unlucky and, fair enough. That takes some confidence.
But it will be the final time that we do see HSP. And can we get some love hearts in chat? Because what a movement they created. This split. A fantastic addition to the OCE RLCS ranks. It got us more hungry than ever, but it will be the final time we see them. Team Power move on to Championship Sunday. They remain undefeated in this event so far, and they are the number 1 seed still in the tournament.
The perfect split is still on. Pretty impressive the way they played. I was pretty happy with their consistency throughout this series, and so it is going to be pretty tough for anyone to take them down, Formal.
I think we just saw a spicy cameo right there, a Liam cameo in that victory screen. But yeah, at least HSP got one game, right? At least they did get that one win, as should have been seen. But overall, looking at this day as a whole, Power still strongest team. That hasn't changed, but the big storyline is going to be that match at the bottom of your screen in the semifinals. Chiefs versus Pioneers. Pioneers can still take that spot away from the Chiefs, but they have to win the entire event.
That's the spot where they can guarantee that they're through, but even then, Power through the upper bracket, they could settle it for Chiefs regardless. However, the most important thing for Chiefs in that series is actually that Worlds is on the line. They need the extra points over Pioneers to make a Worlds run easy.
Yeah, it's certainly a little bit more to play for than just the major spot. As you said, it's getting as many points as possible. But the series of the day right there has got to be, for me, winner of E versus winner of F. Now, winner of E have had a phenomenal run so far in OCE, and I'm really looking forward to that third series over there. Winner of F, they're trying to make that underdog sort of run. But we'll have to see if E or F can get the job done.
For those of you around tomorrow, E versus F is being casted by CJ. Spoilers, he is scheduled on for that too.
Yes! and I love those two
who
teams.
do you like? Do you like E or do you like F, CJ? Who do you prefer?
I prefer an E, I'd say, because it's got an extra line on it. So it's basically an F, but evolved. So
Always picking the favourites, the top seed out there, fair enough. You never know how F is going to go, mate.
never wrong. But what I do know is, Formal, that you do not. Now, today, we did say a lot of the time, don't go anywhere. It was a formality most of today, apart from that Game 7, as you can see there. Chiefs and Kip Gang, we started with an absolute blockbuster. But what I will tell you, Formal, is that tomorrow, we're going to be having a whole lot of fun. It is going to be action-packed.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, again, if you're, as invested as we are for who's going to get that second spot, not just at the major, but at Worlds as well, every series realistically is going to be incredibly important for that. Even Power versus Ground Zero has the implications of who's going to the finals. And we're trying to get height.
We're just having a hide off.
I was like hanging down here, so I stepped up, so he sat up. And it just, it became a thing. I'll concede because you're taller than me, so I can't really.
Well, the secret is you just raise the chair and then no one knows. Now you've kind of outed yourself on that one.
My chair is quite low as well.
Yeah, that's what I do. I've just because I can almost pop off the side.
We're going crazy.
Yeah.
This is more exciting than the last 3 series.
Yeah. Well, this is
day.
what happens when you get 3 series in a row where it's been kind of one-sided throughout. It was one of those days today.
But not tomorrow. Not tomorrow.
No.
We're going to get action. Can't wait.
So stick around. Stick around for tomorrow. I want you to stay in the Twitch chat until tomorrow, chatting all night, because you don't want to miss that first game, Chiefs versus the Pioneers. That is going to be a big one. The finals is going to be big as well. And if we do get the tiebreaker, it happens immediately after the grand final. So if the Pioneers can go through and win out, well, then they'll have to play the Chiefs again immediately after beating either Power or Ground Zero.
Well, I mean, I hope that does happen. It's, again, looking a little unlikely, just the way that Power have been playing, but it's about time someone takes him down. In fact, you know what's going to happen, CJ? Is that Ground Zero are just going to randomly take him down from nowhere, right? They've done it before in the first Swiss.
That would be crazy. Imagine... sorry, what was the scheduling? What was the first series there?
First series is the Blockbuster.
The Blockbuster first up. Imagine them Pioneers win, and then they watch that, and then they see Ground Zero, but then they lose to Ground Zero. Oh, that'd be crazy. No, anyway. I mean, we want tiebreakers. We want maximum entertainment value, but yeah, make sure you're here tomorrow. Same time.
Yes.
It's a date.
Same time, same place. We're going to be here. So will you. So you don't have to stick around as long as you come back, but we'd like it if you stick around. Either way, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.